Jai Shri Mataji. Srimad Devi Bhagavath. If you want to know who Adi Shakti is, read Devi Bhagavath, said by Her Holiness Shri Mataji Nirmala Devi. Sankalpam. Mama Atmanaha Sahajayogi Kutumbanam Atmonnati Prityartham Moksha Prapti Prityartham Sakshat Shri Adi Shakti Mataji Shri Nirmala Devyai Pujanam Kariche. The holy recital of Srimad Devi Bhagavath.
Chapter 9, Episode 26. Procedure for Puja and Stuti to Savitri Devi. Narad said, I am fortunate to hear the story of Tulsi which compares with Amrut. Now please tell me the story of Savitri. It is she who gave birth to the Vedas. How did this Devi manifest and who was the first to offer puja to her? Bhagwan Narayan says, Muni, the first to worship Savitri was Brahmadev. Later, she was worshipped by all the Devas. Then all learned people worshipped her. Then in Bharatvarsh, Raja Ashwapati performed her puja. Then she was worshipped by all four classes of people. Naradji asked, Brahman, who was Raja Ashwapati and what was the purpose of his worship? Bhagwan Narayan said, Muni, Raja Ashwapati was king of Madradesh. It was his nature to destroy the strength of his enemies and protect the well-being of his friends and subjects. His queen was called Malati. She was chaste and dharmic and presided beside the king like Lakshmi beside Bhagwan Vishnu. Narad, they had no children. As directed by Vasishthaji, she began to worship Bhagavati Savitri. But she did not get any token, nor did she get a darshan of the Devi. She returned home very sad and disappointed. Raja Ashwapati comforted her and himself left for Pushkar to perform tapasya to Devi Savitri. He stayed there, gained control of all his senses and performed tapasya. He did not get a darshan of the Devi, but he got a directive. He heard a voice from heaven which said, Rajan, you must chant Gayatri 10 lakh times. Just then Muni Parashar arrived. The king offered pranams. Muni said, Rajan, just uttering Gayatri once destroys the sins of one day. By saying it 10 times, the sins of one day and one night get destroyed. 100 times destroys sins of a whole month. 1000 times burns to ashes the sins of many years. 1 lakh times releases one from the sins of the lifetime, and 1 crore times destroys the sins of all future births. 10 crores of recitation of Gayatri gives freedom to Brahmins. The Brahmin should sit facing east and form his hands like the hood of a snake. Then he should count the mantras on the joints of his fingers from below to upwards. This method of counting mantras is called Karmala. Rajan, it is also necessary to have a mala of sandalwood or crystal beads. These should be smeared with gorochan, yellow liquid from a cow's mouth, and then washed. If not, then it can also be purified by smearing it with Panchagavya, mixture of cow's milk, curd, boiled butter, cow dung and cow's urine, and washed in Ganga Jal. After this purification, this mala can be used for counting 100 mantras of Gayatri. Raj Rishi, In this way, you must chant Gayatri 10 lakh times. By this, you can wash away the sins of 3 births. After this, you will get Sakshat Darshan of Devi Savitri. Rajan, you should also perform daily 3 times in the morning, afternoon and evening Sandhya prayers, because the one who does not do this remains impure and is not entitled to any fruits. The Brahmin who regularly performs the 3 Sandhyas throughout his life becomes lustrous and effulgent like the sun. Such a Brahmin is never affected by sin and is verily twice born, a realized soul. Just by his presence, places of worship become holier. At the sight of him, negative forces run away like snakes running from Garud. If a Brahmin who neglects his daily sandhyas offers obsequies for his dead ancestors, they decline it and even the gods do not accept his offerings. Muni. In this way, Muni Parashar taught Raja Ashwapati the protocols of worshipping Savitri. He returned to his ashram and the king began his tapasya. He was blessed with a darshan and also many boons. Narada asked, Bhagwan, please tell me all the protocols that Muni Parashar taught the king regarding meditation, puja, stotras and mantras, and what boons were received by him. Knowledge of Devi Savitri is highly secret and inaccessible. Please enlighten me. Bhagwan Narayan says, on Jyesht Krishna Trayodashi, the 13th day of the dark fortnight of the 3rd month of the Hindu calendar, one should observe sobriety and abstinence. Then, on the 14th day, one should observe fast, and after due purifications, one should start the puja to Devi Savitri. This is to be repeated for 14 years. It grants 14 fruits and 14 kinds of naivedya are to be offered. Also to be offered are flowers and dhoop, incense. Prepare a Mangal Kalash and place a branch in it. First offer puja to Sri Ganesh, Surya, Agni, Vishnu, Shiva and Parvati, and then meditate on the invited deity Sri Savitri. This has been described in Madhyandini Shaka, a branch of Yajurveda. I will also tell you the stotras, puja procedure and effective mantras. This is the meditation. The color of Savitri is like molten gold. She is always lustrous and illuminated with Brahma Tej. Her radiance is like 1,000 summer suns shining at midday. She has a smile on her face. She is adorned with jeweled ornaments. She wears 2 divine garments. She has manifested to grant benevolence to her bhaktas. She is the beloved of the Creator. She is also called Sukada, Muktida, Shanta, Sarva Sampat Swarupa and Sarva Sampat Pradhartri. She is the presiding deity of the Vedas. Veda Shastras are her form. I worship the Ved Bij Swarupa, Ved Mata Bhagawati Savitri. After meditating in this way, one should offer the Naivedyas. Then, with great respect, one should do Kalash Puja and invite the goddess. While chanting mantras from the Vedas, puja should be performed using 16 types of ingredients. When this is complete, one should offer pranams to Devi Sri Savitri. The 16 offerings for a puja are Asan, Padya, Arghya, Snan, Anulepan, Dhoop, Deep, Naivedya, Tambul, Sheetal Jal, Vastra, Bhushan, Mala, Chandan, Achaman and pleasing Shaya. First, mantra when offering the asan or seat. O Devi, this asan is made of superior wood and covered with gold. The gods reside in this and it is worthy to be offered to you. Second, Padhya, water for washing feet. Devi, I offer you this holy Tirth water for washing your lotus feet. This procedure creates love and affection and is a very important part of the puja. Third, Arghya, precious articles. Devi, I have decorated this offering with doob grass, flowers, tulsi and shankh jal. May it please you to accept this humble offering. Fourth, Snan, water for bath. Devi, I have mixed sandalwood in this water to make it fragrant. With it, I have kept scented oils. I pray that these offerings are worthy to be put before you. Fifth, Anulepan, pastes and unguents. Ambike, this holy mixture of sweet-smelling ingredients which has been made into a paste with sandal water, I humbly place before you for anointing. Sixth, Dhoop, incense. Parameshwari, this superior incense gives auspiciousness and inclination for worship. Kindly accept. Seventh, Deep, lamp. Devi, this is the light which will enlighten the universe. It contains the seed for dispelling all darkness and spiritual ignorance. Eighth, Naivedya, offerings of sweets and delicacies. Devi, this tasty and delicious offering satisfies hunger and thirst and gives love and punyas. Be pleased to accept it. Ninth, Sheetal Jal, cool, pure water. This water, which was created to quench the thirst of the world and which is life-giving, is placed before you. 10th, Vastra, clothes. Parameshwari, please accept this cloth woven from pure cotton and silk. It will become pure and dignified when it is draped on you. The assembly will be blessed to see you wearing this. 11th, Bhushan, ornaments. Devi, please accept these ornaments of gold and precious stones. 12th, fruits. These are fruits produced by different trees. They are of different colors, forms and flavors and can produce more fruits like themselves. Please be kind to accept them. 13th, Mala, garlands. Devi, this garland made of fragrant and beautiful flowers is the embodiment of all auspiciousness. This Pushpamala grants many boons. We pray that you accept it. 14. Chandan, sandalwood. O Devi, we are pleased to offer you this most sweet-smelling sandalwood. Kindly accept it. 15th, Sindoor. This sindoor is considered the foremost item of Shringar as it adorns the forehead with beauty. Please accept this. 16th, Yagyopavit, sacred thread. This sacred thread is extremely pure. It has been made from holy yarn and has been purified by holy mantras from the Vedas. Be pleased to accept it. Wise and learned men should recite the Mool mantras and make these offerings to Bhagawati Savitri. Then Dakshina must be given to the Brahmins. After uttering the name Savitri, one must add Swaha. Then utter the mantras of Lakshmi, Maya and Kambij. This is the Ashtakshar mantra. Om Hreem Kleem Shreem Savitriyai Swaha. This mantra, which is most pleasing to Bhagawati Savitri, is mentioned in Madhyandini Shaka. For Brahmins, this is the embodiment of life. I will elucidate for you. Listen carefully. It happened in ancient times. Bhagwan Shri Krishna was in residence in Golok Dham. He had directed Savitri to go with Brahma. But Savitri did not go to Brahmalok. Then, on the advice of Bhagwan Sri Krishna, Brahmaji began to sing stutis to Ved Mata Savitri. Then, Savitri accepted Brahmaji as her husband. This is how Brahmaji sang stutis. Brahmaji said, Sundari, you are Sachitanand Swarupa and Mool Prakriti Mai, material cause of the universe. Your divine form is like golden nectar. In your benevolence, be pleased with me. Devi, you are the embodiment of light and lustre. Your being is most joy-giving. You are the lineage for realized souls. Sundari, be pleased with me. You are Nitya, Nitya Priya, and Nityanand Swarupa. You are the complete auspiciousness. I desire that you should be pleased with me. Shobhane, for Brahmins, you are everything. You are above all and you are the essence of all mantras. By worshipping you, one gets moksha and all happiness. Be pleased with me. Sundari, you are blazing doom for all the sins. It is your nature to bestow Brahmatej, the glow of self-realization. Be pleased with me. Whatever sins a man commits by thought, word or deed, if he just remembers your holy name, he gets release. After singing these stutis, Jagatdata Brahmaji took his seat in the Sabha Bhavan. Then Savitri agreed to accompany him to Brahmalok. Muni, it was this Stotra Raj, king of Stotras, that Raja Ashwapati sang to please Bhagawati Savitri. The Devi was pleased and gave a darshan to Raja Ashwapati, and he received the desired boon from her. This is a most holy stotra, and if one sings this daily after prayers, the fruits are equal to that which one gets by reading all the 4 Vedas. Chapter 9, Episodes 27-28. Raja Ashwapati gets boon of a daughter called Savitri. Her marriage to Satyavaan. Death of Satyavaan and dialogue between Savitri and Yamraj. Bhagwan Narayan says, when King Ashwapati performed Puja to Devi Savitri and sang this stuti, the Devi was pleased and gave him a Sakshat Darshan. Her Shri Vigraha, divine form, shone like 1,000 rising suns. She laughed and spoke to Raja Ashwapati as a mother to a son. At that time, all 4 directions were illuminated with her effulgence. Devi Savitri said, Maharaj, ask me for whatever you desire. The desires of your wife are also not hidden from me. I am here only to grant your wishes. Rajan, your wife desires a daughter and you wish for a son. One by one, both your desires will be fulfilled. After this, Bhagawati Savitri returned to Brahmalok and the king went back to his kingdom. First a daughter was born, whom the king named Savitri. She was so beautiful that she resembled Lakshmi. She grew like the waxing moon, more and more beautiful each day. When she attained marriageable age, the king gave her in marriage to Satyavaan, son of King Dyumat-Sen. The prince was endowed with all gracious qualities. He was very honored to marry Savitri and happily took her to his kingdom. 1 year after his marriage, his father sent him to the forest to bring fruits and wood. Behind him went Savitri. As it was destined, Satyavaan fell from a tree and died. Yamraj came and took away subtle body and started for Yampuri. Then Savitri began to follow him. This greatest of hermits and lord of Yampuri saw the beautiful Savitri following him. He spoke to her in kind, gentle tones. Dharmraj said, "O Savitri, where are you going with this human body? If your intention is to accompany your husband, you must first renounce this body. Those who live in the mortal world cannot enter my abode with their body which is made of 5 elements. Mortals are only entitled to live in the mortal world. Sadhvi, your husband Satyavaan took birth in Bharatvarsh. His lifespan is over and now he has to come to my kingdom to receive the fruits of his actions. It is a person's actions which decide his type of birth and mode of death. Happiness, pain, fear and sorrow come to a person according to his actions. Some karmas can result in a person even becoming Indra. Meritorious actions can even cause a person to become Brahmaputra. By virtuous actions, a person can attain the lotus feet of Sri Hari and get released from the cycle of birth and death. Auspicious actions can give the fruits of all siddhis, immortality, salvation, and a place in the vicinity of Sri Hari. A man merits by his action birth in various yonis, strata like Devata, Manu, Rajendra, Shiva, Ganesh, Munindra, Buddha, Tapasvi, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Mlech, Stavar, immovable, Jangam, movable, Parvat, Rakshas, Kinnar, Adipati, king, Vriksh, plant, Pashu, animal, Kirat, savage, germs, virus, worms, insects, Daitya, Danava or Asura. According to a person's karmas, he takes birth in any of these yonis or classes which number 84 lakhs. There should be no doubt in this fact. After saying this to Savitri, Dharmraj became silent. Bhagwan Narayan says, Muni, after hearing this, the chaste and faithful wife Savitri began to sing hymns of praise. Then she spoke. Savitri said, Bhagwan, I know nothing. Please be benevolent and tell me what is karma. What are the fruits of actions? Who is the body and who is the soul, Deha and Dehi, and on whose instigation are actions performed? What is Gyan, Buddhi, Pran and senses and what are their characteristics? Also, who are the Devatas, the Bhoktas, enjoyers, the Bhojeta Bhoj, communion, action and involvement in action, and Jeev, living creature, and Paramatma. Please tell me about all these things. Dharmraj said, Sadhvi Savitri, actions are of 2 kinds, Shubh and Ashubh, auspicious and inauspicious. Actions which conform to the statutes of the Vedas are auspicious and have the effect of granting blessings. Those whose actions are contrary and go against the commandments and cause them to go to hell. Those who worship the gods with firm dedication and without any expectations, that form of worship is Karma Nirmul Rupa, the most perfect. This gives utmost bhakti and union. Who is the enjoyer and who is nirlep, untouched by karmas and dualism? The answer is this. It is promised by Shruti that worship of Brahma gives mukti. Birth, death, old age, sickness, sorrow and fear, none of these can affect him. Sadhvi, in the Shrutis, bhakti is also divided into 2 categories, but which are not against each other. One gives nirvana, liberation, and the other gives sarupya, oneness, where there is not the other. Man is entitled to both. Realized souls desire the bhakti which gives sarupya, while yogis with Brahmagyan desire nirvana. Action is bij roop, seed, and its nature is to produce fruit. It is none other than the manifestation of Bhagwan Sri Hari and Bhagavati Prakriti. Devi Prakriti is Brahma Swarupa with Maya predominant. Actions are born from her. The spirit does nothing, non-doer. Earth, fire, water, air, and ether are 5 elements which are the formula which is used by the Creator for creation. The living creature which does the actions is the body which houses the soul. So, he is the one to whom the fruits accrue, and the spirit which pervades the body makes him the enjoyer. So, the experience of joy and sorrow is called bhog. When actions are non-actions, I am not the doer, then only there is mukti, no fruits to be experienced. The causal of wisdom and discretion is knowledge. This knowledge or gyan is of many kinds because of the various issues. That Shakti which gives discretion is intelligence. The Shrutis call this Gyan Bij. The various life forms are a manifestation of Vayu. It is through Vayu that Shakti penetrates and permeates the being. That which is foremost among senses, a minute part, Ansh of Paramatma, instigator of doubts and skepticism, which is very difficult to control, formless, invisible, and opposing buddhi, is called the mind. It is associated with the gross body and is the instigator of actions. It guides the senses into situations which cause sorrow and suffering and works as an enemy. Also, it can be a friend by causing one to do actions which give joy. The organs of senses are eyes, nose, ears, skin, and tongue. The gods governing the senses are Surya, Vayu, Prithvi, Brahma, and others. He that takes on a body and soul is endowed with consciousness. He who is beyond Prakriti, who is all-pervading, and who is the attributeless Brahma, is called Paramatma. Vatse, whatever you wanted to know, I have told you according to the Shastras. This knowledge is most precious. Now you may return to your home. Savitri said, Prabhu, you are the ocean of knowledge. How can I leave this husband who is dearer than life, and how can I leave your vicinity? Where will I go? Whatever I ask, please keep giving me the answers. Which are the different yonis that a person merits by his karmas? O most revered one, which action merits heaven and which actions merit hell? What must he do to attain mukti, and what is the causal for bhakti in a Gurudev? Which action gives the fruit of making one a yogi and which makes him a rogi, sick man? What causes longevity and what causes short lifespan? By which action does man gain happiness and which action gives sorrow? What karmas cause a person to lose his limbs, lose one eye, become deaf, blind, crippled, become insane, mad, and extremely greedy, and a thief? And what are those actions which give siddhis, proximity to God, and mukti? Which actions make a person realized and which make him a tapasvi? What actions have the effect of making one a Brahmin and what actions make him a tapasvi? What actions bear the fruit of heaven? Which actions give him a place in Vaikuntha? Golok is the best of all lokas. Which actions merit a place in Golok? How many kinds of hells are there? How many do they number? Who is sent to which hell and what is the time he must spend there? What karmas cause disease? Bhagwan, please be compassionate and give answers to all my questions. Chapter 9, Episode 29. Dharmraj answers Savitri, gives her a boon. Bhagwan Narayan says, Narad, Dharmraj was greatly amazed at the questions asked by Savitri. He laughed and settled down to tell her about karmas and their fruits. Dharmraj said, Vatse, you are but a very young girl and yet you have more wisdom and knowledge than yogis and other learned men. Daughter, your birth was due to a blessing from Devi Savitri. You are her creation. Your father performed tapasya to receive this boon of a daughter. In the same way that the goddesses enjoy Saubhagyavati status, Lakshmi with Bhagwan Vishnu, Bhavani with Bhagwan Shankar, Aditi with Kashyap, Ahalya with Gautam, Shachi with Indra, Rohini with Chandrama, Rati with Kamdev, Swaha with Agni, Swada with the ancestors, Sandhya with Surya, Varunani with Varun, Dakshina with Yagya, Prithvi with Varaha, and Saubhagyavati with Devsena Kartikeya. I bless you that you also become the beloved of Satyavaan. This is my boon to you. Mahabhage, in addition to this, if there is something you desire with all your heart, tell me. I am prepared to grant it to you. Savitri said, Mahabhag, may I become the mother of 100 sons of Satyavaan? This is my dearest wish. Also, may my father beget 100 sons, may my father-in-law regain his lost sight and get back his kingdom. I also desire to live a long time with Satyavaan and finally go to the abode of Sri Hari. Be pleased to grant me all these boons. Prabhu, I am very eager to know about the consequences of actions and how to become free from worldly bonds. Dharmraj said, Mahasadhvi, all your desires will be fulfilled. Now I will tell you about karmas and fruits. Listen carefully. Due to good and bad deeds, a person gets birth in Bharatvarsh. This is Punya Kshetra, holy place. O virtuous wife, Devatas, Daityas, Danavas, Gandharvas, Yakshas, Rakshasas and humans, they all come under the rule of Karmafal, fruits of action. Only Pashus, animals under the Pasha of God, are not answerable for their actions. According to actions, a person takes birth in any of these yonis. The reward and punishment for good and bad deeds is heaven and hell. According to the deeds of the previous life, they get good or bad fruits. Good deeds take one to heaven and bad deeds cause one to roam in hell. When the karmas cease, non-doer, then bhakti is born in the heart. Sadhvi, bhakti is of two kinds, nirguna, attributeless, and the other is that which one has for Maya Vishisht, Brahmaswarupini Bhagavati Prakriti. The bad deeds of a previous life make one a sick person and good deeds make him healthy. Also, according to the actions, he either enjoys long life or dies young. is either happy or sad, is blind or crippled. Virtuous deeds of a previous life give siddhis in the next. Devi, now listen to something very important. This rare and precious knowledge is given in the Puranas and Shastras. This should not be told to any and everyone. For all the classes, it is extremely difficult to merit a birth in Bharatvarsh. Of all the classes of people, a Brahmin is the highest. He is the one who has felt the Brahma on his central nervous system. He is the one who has reverence and veneration for Brahma. Brahmins are of two kinds: Sakami, actions done for reward, and Nishkami, free from any wish. The Sakami Brahmin who performs actions for rewards gets fame, honor, and glory on this earth. The Nishkami Brahmin becomes a Bhakta of the Supreme God. The Sakami becomes involved in enjoying the fruits. The Nishkami Brahmin, untouched by obstacles or bhadas, spends all his time in devotion and singing praises of God. Sadhvi, such a Brahmin renounces his body and becomes entitled to a place at the lotus feet of God. Such a Nishkami, non-doer, does not come under the cycle of birth and rebirth. The two-armed Bhagwan Shri Krishna is Purna Brahma Parameshwar. Those who worship him finally assume a divine body and go to Golok. The Sakami person goes to Vaishnavlok for the time due to him and then takes a rebirth in Bharatvarsh in the family of realized souls. Gradually, they become Nishkam, and by my grace, they attain Nirmal Bhakti. One thing is certain, that many Sakam Brahmins and Vaishnavs do not succeed in getting Nirmal Vidya. Sadhvi, those who reside in holy places and are constantly in tapasya, they go to Brahmalok. Then again, they take birth in Bharatvarsh. Those who live in other places and still do their duty to attain spiritually, they go to Satyalok after death. Then they get reborn in Bharatvarsh. The sun worshippers go to Suryalok and then return to Bharatvarsh. Those holy souls who worship Mool Prakriti Bhagavati Jagdamba, they go to the most holy Manidweep. They get released from the cycle of birth and rebirth. Those who worship Shiva, Shakti, and Ganapati go to the abode of the gods. Then they take a rebirth in Bharatvarsh. Sadhvi, those Brahmins who worship the other gods get sent to other divine lokas, and when their tenure ends, they take birth in Bharatvarsh. Those who worship Bhagwan Sri Hari, by their unswerving devotion and Nishkam, non-doer performance, get a place in the abode of Bhagwan Sri Hari. Those who do not live by the dharmas, such irreligious and immoral beings, will most certainly go to hell. In all the four classes, those who are resolved in their spiritual ascent and perform good actions get good fruits as rewards. Those who do not perform religious duties and good deeds will definitely go to hell, and when they take a rebirth, it is never in Bharatvarsh. Therefore, it is extremely important for all four classes of human beings to live a dharmic life. Dharmic Brahmins who give their daughters in marriage to dharmic young men merit as fruits entry into Chandralok. Sadhvi, if the girl is adorned and given away as a gift, then the fruit is doubled. If they perform this action as a non-doer, then they reach the Paramdham of Bhagwan Sri Vishnu. Generous and pious men who give to Brahmins gifts of milk, silver, gold, clothes, ghee, fruits and water go straight to Chandralok. They can live there happily for a period of one manvantar. By virtue of their charitable act, they get this fruit. Pativrate, those who give holy Brahmins gifts of cows, gold, copper, and other valuable items go to Suryalok. They become pure and can live in Suryalok for a long time. He who gives to Brahmins gifts of land and other costly things goes to the pure and holy abode of Bhagwan Sri Vishnu and stays there for a long time. Those who donate houses to Brahmins also gain entry to Vishnulok and stay there for the same number of years as there are grains of sand in the building. The man who does acts of charity to please a particular deity, when he dies, he goes to the abode of that god. Instead of giving charity in his house, if a person goes and gives charity at a palace, he gets 4 times the reward. In a Tirthan, holy place, he gets 100 times, and from any other holy place, he gets double the reward. That is the promise of Brahmadeva. He who donates a lake with the purpose of getting released from his sins goes to Janlok, one of the 7 divisions of the universe, for as many years as there are dust particles. He who donates a well gets 10 times the reward. The prescribed measurements of a lake are 4000 dhanush. 1 dhanush is 4 hands long and the same width. Anything less than this is called a vapi, tank. The person who gives his daughter in marriage to a virtuous and dharmic man merits the rewards of donating 10 tanks. If he adorns his daughter with ornaments, then the fruits get doubled. He who undertakes the repairs of a lake gets the same merits as one who donates it. The person who cleans and dredges a tank gets the same fruit as one who donates it. O virtuous one, the man who plants a peepal sapling, holy fig tree, and nurtures it into a tree goes to Vishnulok for thousands of years. The person who donates a garden for all to use goes to Druvlok for 10,000 years. One who donates a conveyance to please Vishnu goes to Vishnulok for 1 manvantar. If the vehicle is decorated and spacious, then the reward is 4-fold. He who donates a palanquin gets half of the fruits. He who donates a temple to please Bhagwan Srihari goes to Vishnulok for a very long time. He who builds a road up to Raj Bhavan, the royal palace, merits a place in Indralok for 1,000 years. The fruits are the same for offering gifts to Brahmins and to the gods. Only when good deeds are performed in the previous life, one gets the fruit in the present life. If no good deeds were done, how can any fruits result? The man who does punyas enjoys the fruit and then again takes birth in Bharatvarsh. He has the good fortune to be born in a Brahmin family. A good Brahmin also gets reborn in a Brahmin family. The same rule applies to Kshatriyas and Vaishyas also. By their pious works, they merit a birth in a Brahmin family. This can be heard in the Shrutis. No matter how much time elapses, a person has to receive or make payment for his actions. Time does not decrease the calculation. With the help of the gods and the holy places of pilgrimage, a person can cleanse himself. Sadhvi, whatever you have asked, I have explained. Now what else do you wish to know? Chapter 9, Episodes 30 and 31. further questions from Savitri and answers from Dharmraj. Savitri said, Dharmraj, please tell me the various actions which send a person to heaven or to some other lokas. Dharmraj said, Pativrate, he who gives gifts of grains to a god or a Brahmin, he merits as to Shiva Lok and enjoys his stay there for that many years as there are grains in the gift. There is no greater gift of charity than Annadan, and there will be never in the future. There is no formality of time, place or procedure for this. Sadhvi, if one gives an asan, throne, as a gift to a god or a Brahmin, he merits a place in Vishnulok for thousands of years. The one who gives milch cows as gifts to Brahmins goes to Golok for as many years as the cow has pores in its skin. This Godan, if done on a festival day, gives 4 times the reward, in a place of pilgrimage, 100-fold reward, and in the holy Narayan Kshetra, it gives countless rewards. A man of Bharatvarsh, if he donates with great devotion cows to a Brahmin, he becomes entitled to a place in Chandralok. He who presents a clean, white umbrella to a Brahmin goes to Varunlok for thousands of years. He who gives clothes to a Brahmin in distress goes to Vayulok for 10,000 years. If one gives a shalgram and clothes to a Brahmin, he goes to Vaikunt for a very long time. He who gives a silken shaya, couch, to a Brahmin goes to Chandralok for many years. He who offers lamps to the gods and Brahmins shares the throne of Indra for as long as Indra lives. The Bharatvarshi who presents a horse to a Brahmin enjoys a place in Varunlok. Also, he who gives a palanquin. He who gives a garden to a Brahmin gets a place in Vayulok. The one who gives to a Brahmin a fan and a white whisk is honored in Vayulok. The person who gives away wealth and jewels is blessed with wisdom and long life. The giver and the receiver both go to the Vaikunt Lok. He who is born in Bharatvarsh and continuously sings praises of Bhagwan Sri Hari, the very sight of that person makes death run away. The person who hosts the Dolotsav, a festival of swinging observed on the full moon day of Falgun, gets mukti. The same fruit is merited by celebrating Uttara Falguni. The Bharatvarshi who gives till sesame seeds to Brahmins receives honor in Shiv Dham. If the till is put in a copper vessel and offered, then the fruit is doubled and he takes birth in a spiritually evolved family. He who gives his chaste daughter in marriage, duly decorated with ornaments and clothes, to a Brahmin, he goes to Chandralok for many years. Later, he goes to Gandharvlok and enjoys great happiness. Then, in every birth, for 1,000 births, he gets for a wife a chaste, pleasing, obedient, and sweet-voiced woman. The one who gives a Brahmin sweet, ripe fruits goes to Indralok. Then he takes birth in a spiritually evolved family and has obedient sons. The one who gives fruit-bearing trees as gifts receives 1,000 times these merits. He lives in heaven for many years and then takes birth in Bharatvarsh. The one who lives in Bharatvarsh and gives as gifts to Brahmins big houses with rich furnishings lives for many years in heaven among the gods. Then he takes birth in a highly evolved spiritual family and becomes wealthy. The Punyatma Bharatvarshi who gives green fields full of crops to Brahmins most definitely gains a place in Vaikuntha. So also the person who gives a cowshed full of cows or a village to Brahmins also goes to Vaikuntha. The man who owns faithful servants, flourishing ripe fields with lakes full of water and gardens full of fruit-bearing trees and flowering plants and creepers, and then gives them all away to Brahmins, gets a place in Kailash for many years. Then he takes birth in Bharatvarsh and becomes a king. He rules over lakhs of towns and villages. There is no doubt in this. All the wealth and honor and auspiciousness surround him. One who gives 100 flourishing or medium villages, complete with lakes, ponds and trees, goes to Vaikuntha. Then he presides over Swarglok in royal surroundings like Indra. Then, for 10 million births, he comes as an emperor on Prithvi. The one who surrenders all his possessions to Brahmins gets these blessings fourfold. There is no doubt in this. Those who give Jambudvip, one of the 7 divisions of the universe, to Brahmins, those who live in holy places of pilgrimage, those who are accomplished in siddhis, and all those who worship Bhagavati Jagadamba, they get released and never have to take birth again. They witness the coming and going of countless Brahmas, but they remain permanently in Manidvip in the vicinity of Bhagavati Jagadamba. Those who worship Bhagavati Jagadamba with her mantras, when they renounce their human body, they assume a divine form which is majestic and glorious and beyond birth, death, old age and disease. They spend all their days in Manidvip in the service of Bhagavati Jagadamba. The gods, the siddhas and the whole world gets destroyed according to time, but Devi Bhaktas are eternal. Nothing can touch them. The person who offers Tulsi to Sri Hari during the month of Kartik goes to the abode of the Lord for 3 yugas. Then he takes birth in a spiritually evolved family and remains a devotee of Bhagwan Sri Hari. He lives in Bharatvarsh and is counted among the highly disciplined who have conquered their senses. The person who baths in the waters of Ganga before sunrise can enjoy the vibrations in the temple of Bhagwan Sri Hari. Then he takes birth in a highly evolved family and spends his days praising Sri Hari by chanting mantras. Then he renounces his human body and goes to Bhagwan Dham and does not take a birth again. He takes on a divine body and spends all his time in the service of the Lord. The person who always baths in the Ganga is considered as holy as the sun. At every step he gets the blessings of Ashwamedha Yagya. The earth gets purified by the dust of his feet. He enjoys a place in Vaikuntha and is considered released from the bondage of birth and rebirth. He is held in high respect by all tapasvis. The man of Bharatvarsh who donates fragrant water gets entry into Kailash for many days. Then he takes birth in Bharatvarsh and becomes a Shiv Bhakt and a scholar of the Vedas and scriptures. The one who gives Sattu, chana powder to Brahmins in the month of Vaishak gains entry into the temple of Shiva. The one who lives in Bharatvarsh and observes the fast of Krishna Janmashtami, birth of Sri Krishna, gets freed from the sins of 100 lifetimes. There is no doubt in this. He stays in Vaikuntha for many years. Then he takes birth in Bharatvarsh and becomes a devotee of Bhagwan Sri Krishna. In this same Bharatvarsh, the one who observes Shivratri goes to Shivlok for a very long time. The one who worships Bhagwan Shankar by offering Bilva Patra lives in Kailash for many yugas. Then he takes birth in Bharatvarsh and becomes a devotee of Bhagwan Shiva. He gets wisdom, wealth, sons, faithful servants, and land. The one who worships Shankar during the month of Chaitra and Magh, and who holds a cane and dances in the name of the Lord, whether for a full month, a half month, 10 days, 1 week, 2 days, or even 1 day, gains entry into the abode of Bhagwan Shiva. Sadhvi, the one who worships Bhagavati in Sharad Kal, autumn, and celebrates by singing, dancing, music, and other festivities, that person goes straight to Shivlok. Then he takes birth in Bharatvarsh and becomes king of kings. He gets blessed with Nirmal Buddhi, enormous wealth, good sons and grandsons, elephants, horses, and other conveyances. There is no doubt in this. The one who lives in the holy land of Bharatvarsh and performs Mahalakshmi Puja during Shukla Ashtami, bright half of a lunar month, who offers 16 kinds of precious ingredients, he becomes entitled to live in Golok. In Bharatvarsh, it is the custom to celebrate Ras Mandal during Kartik Purnima. On that day, stone images of Sri Radha and Sri Krishna are anointed with 16 kinds of fragrant ingredients and worshipped. The one who hosts this puja goes to Golok and becomes a great bhakta of Bhagwan Sri Krishna. He assumes the form of Sri Krishna and becomes his foremost courtier. He conquers death and never takes a rebirth. The man who observes the fast of Shukla and Krishna Paksh, bright and dark fortnights, Ekadashi, he gets entitled to stay in Vaikunth. Then he takes birth in Bharatvarsh and becomes a devotee of Bhagwan Sri Krishna, and his devotion grows and grows. After he renounces his body, he goes to Golok, assumes the form of Sri Krishna and becomes a courtier. He does not return to earth. The one who performs puja to Indra on the Dwadashi day of Shukla Paksh, 12th day of the bright fortnight in the month of Bhadrapad, receives honor and respect. The one who worships the sun on a Sunday of Sankranti on the 7th day of the bright fortnight and eats the sacrificial food, he gets a place in the abode of Surya. Then he takes birth in Bharatvarsh as a wealthy man, free from all illness and disease. The one who does puja to goddess Savitri on the Krishna Chaturdasi, 14th day of the dark fortnight in the month of Jesht, he goes to Brahmalok. Then he takes birth as a wealthy and famous man. He also has a long life, is full of wisdom, and is glorious. During the month of Magh, 11th month, on the 5th day of the bright fortnight, he who performs a puja complete with 16 methods of worship to Bhagawati Saraswati, he is assured of a place in Manidweep. He who lives in Bharatvarsh and regularly makes gifts of cows and gold to Brahmins, he enjoys the blessings of Vaikunth. The one who lives in Bharatvarsh and gives sweets to Brahmins goes to Vishnulok. The Bharatvasi who worships Bhagwan Sri Hari and makes others also worship him, he is entitled to stay in Vaikunth for one full yuga. If the holy names of the Lord are uttered in the sacred Narayan Kshetra, then the fruits are increased to crores of times. In the sacred place dedicated to Narayan, if one utters the holy names of Bhagwan Sri Hari 1 crore times, then he gets released from all the sins and gets mukti. This is the absolute truth. He never takes another birth and lives forever in Vaikunth. He assumes a divine form. He can never fall. His nature becomes bhakti. The one who makes an earthen image of the Shivaling and worships it every day of his life, he goes to the abode of Bhagwan Shiva and lies in Shivalok for a very long time. Then he takes birth in Bharatvarsh and decorates a royal throne. He who daily worships the Shalgram with Panchamrit and drinks it goes to Vaikunt for a long time. He attains the bhakti which is unavailable to the common man. He gets freed from the cycle of rebirth. The one who does tapasya and observes all the renunciations gets the fruit of living in Vaikunt. He does not take a birth again. The one who baths in all the holy places and does perambulation of Prithvi attains nirvana. He does not take birth again. The one who lives in the holy land of Bharat and performs Ashwamedha Yajna is entitled to sit on half of Indra's throne. The one who performs Rajasuya Yajna gets 4 times this fruit. Of all the yajnas, the paramount one is Yajna of Bhagavati. From the beginning of time, Brahma and Vishnu have been worshipping the Devi. Before killing Tripurasur, the great Bhagwan Shankar prayed to the Devi for Shakti. O Sundari, among all the Devi yajnas, the yajna to Devi Bhuvaneshwari is the most important. There is none equal to it in all the 3 lokas. O faithful one, it happened a long time ago. There was a difference of opinion between Daksh Prajapati and Bhagwan Shankar. In that situation, Daksh Prajapati offered puja and worshipped Bhagavati Jagdamba. The Brahmins, in their fury, pronounced a curse upon Nandi. In retaliation, Bhagwan Shankar demolished the yajna of Daksh. Then Daksh started the Devi Yajna and got completely involved in it. The Yajna of Bhagawati Bhuvaneshwari has already been performed in the past of Dharam, Kashyap, Seshnag, Kardam Muni, Swayambhuv Manu, his son Priyavrat, Shiv, Sanat Kumar, Kapil and Dhruv. The one who does this Devi Yajna gets the fruits of thousands of Rajasuya Yajnas. A Devi Bhakt lives for more than 100 years and in the end gets moksha. There is no doubt in this. Brahmini, just as Vishnu is the principal god, Narad is the most superior of Vaishnavas, of all the Shastras the Vedas, of all the castes the Brahmins, the best of all Tirthanas the Ganga, among the Punyatmas Shiva, among austerities Ekadasha, out of all flowers Tulasi, among the nakshatras the moon, among the birds Garud, the most superior among women Mool Prakriti Bhagavati Radha, Saraswati and Vasundhara, among all the senses the mind, of all the Prajapatis Brahma, the grandest in the kingdom a king, among all gardens the best is Brindavan, among all continents the most auspicious Bharatvarsh, among the glorious and splendid Lakshmi, among the learned Saraswati, among Pativratas faithful wives Bhagavati Durga, and Saubhagyavati among Sri Krishna's wives Sri Radha. In the same way, the most superior of all yajnas is the Devi Yajna. After bathing in all the holy places, after performing all yajnas, after observing all fasts and austerities, after reading all the Vedas, and after perambulation of Prithvi, the fruits that one gets is this, that one gets the privilege of performing Devi Yajna and attains moksha. In all the Purans, in all the Vedas, and in historical scriptures, the worship of Charan Kamal, lotus feet of Bhagavati Jagadamba, is considered supremely paramount. description of the great goddess, meditation upon her lotus feet, uttering of her holy names and divine qualities, singing of stotras, obeisance, reciting of mantras, sipping of charan amrit, partaking of prasad, should be the constant occupation of the universe. Sadhvi, this is the pure desire. Vatse, now you meditate on and worship the Mool Prakriti Nirgun Parabrahma. I will give you back your husband. Take him home and live happily. I have just told you all the fruits that one receives from auspicious actions. This is the highest truth, all-encompassing, and the giver of Tattvagyan, knowledge of the essences. Bhagwan Narayan says, Narad, hearing all this from Dharmraj, Savitri's eyes filled with tears of joy and gratitude. She was overwhelmed with vibrations. She spoke, Dharmraj, O foremost knower of the Vedas, I am ignorant. Please tell me the procedure for worshipping Bhagawati Bhuvaneshwari. Bhagwan, you have told me the rewards that human beings get for their good and auspicious deeds. Now please tell me what befalls those who commit evil deeds. Brahman, Sati Savitri offered obeisance to Dharmraj and began to sing stutis. Savitri said, it happened in ancient times that Mahabhag Surya performed tapasya in Pushkar and worshipped Dharmraj. Then Dharm offered himself as a son to Surya. I worship that Dharma. The one who moves among the spirits, who is the witness and who grants Shaman, forgiveness, I worship that Bhagwan Shaman. The one who causes the end of living things on earth, I worship that Bhagwan Antak. I offer obeisance to that Bhagwan Dandadhar who uses the pole of chastisement to correct human beings and maintain the laws that he makes. I offer obeisance to that Bhagwan Kal who grants time to all living beings and who is unfathomable. I worship that Bhagwan Yama who computes the karma phal of all beings. I offer obeisance to Punya Mitra, that form of Bhagwan Dharmraj who enjoys his own Atma, who is complete knowledge, who is a friend for holy souls and who is doom for sinners. I offer pranams to Bhagwan Dharmraj in his form of Ish who was born from Brahma and who always glows with the luster and effulgence of Brahma. Muni, this Savitri offered pranams to Dharmraj. Then Dharmraj taught her the mantra of Bhagawati Mool Prakriti. Whoever gets up early in the morning and recites Yama Ashtak, he gets rid of the fear of Yamraj and he gets liberated from his sins. Even if a great sinner does this Yama Ashtak, he is cleansed by the strategy of Dharmraj. Chapter 9, Episodes 32 to 35. Description of Hell, Enumeration of Sins. Bhagwan Narayan says, Narad, Ravinandan Dharmraj taught Savitri the Maha Mantra of Mool Prakriti Bhagawati Bhuvaneshwari and the protocol and procedure for worship. Then he began to enumerate the sins and their consequences. Dharmraj said, Pativrati, A man can never go to hell as a result of good actions. The causes for going to hell are evil and inauspicious deeds. I will describe them to you. Listen. The different kinds of heaven are described in the Purans, and according to his good deeds, a person is sent to any of them. No being desires to go to hell, but their wicked actions become the cause of taking them to hell. There are various pits in hell. Their purpose is to carry out punishments. These pits are fearful and horrible. There are innumerable pits, of which 86 are most frightening. They are Vanhi Kund, Tapt Kund, Huge Shar Kund, Vit Kund, Mutra Kund, Shleshma Kund, Venomous Gar Kund, Dushika Kund, Vasa Kund, Shukra Kund, Asrik Kund, Ashru Kund, Gatramal Kund, Karna Kund, Mavit Kund, Mas Kund, Nakra Kund, Lom Kund, Kesh Kund, Ashti Kund, Tamra Kund, Anguish-filled Loh Kund, Charma Kund, Taptasura Kund, Tikshan Kantak Kund, the expansive Vish Kund, Tail Pratapt Kund, Kund Kund, Krimi Kund, Puya Kund, Sarpa Kund, Mashak Kund, Dansh Kund, the poisonous Garal Kund. O you who observe all the holy vows, there is a kund full of ferocious animals with sword-like teeth, Sharkund, Shulakund, Khadgakund, Golkund, Nakrakund, Kakkund, Mantankund, Bijkund, Vajrakund, Pashankund, Lalakund, Masikund, Churnakund, Chakrakund, Vakrakund, Karmakund, the intolerable Jwalakund, Basmakund, Dagdakund, Taptasuchi Kund, Asipatra Kund, Shurdar Kund, Suchimuk Kund, Nakramuk Kund, Gokamuk Kund, Gajdansh Kund, Gomuk Kund, Kumbipak, Kalasutra, Matsyod, Krimi Kund, Panshubhojya, Pashvesht, Sholproti, Prakampan, Ulkamuk, Andakoop, Vedhan and Tandan, Jwalrandra, Dehachur, Dhalan, Shoshanak, Shurpajwala Muk, Dumand and Nagveshtan Kund. Savitri, all these are for giving punishment for sins. 10 lakh attendants are in charge and each carries a pole, sword and mace. They are always angry and show no mercy. No one can stop them or put obstacles in their way. Their eyes are the color of copper. They are endowed with yoga and are fearless warriors. At the time of death, they are visible to the sinner. They do not go near those who worship Devi, Surya and Ganapati, nor do they go near the virtuous and Punyatmas. They are never seen by those who live a dharmic life, those who have a large and loving heart, those who are free from worldly attachments, and those who have seen God in their dreams. Sadhvi, I have named the different kinds of hell. Now I will tell you which sins merit which hell. Listen. Those Punyatmas, Yogis, Siddhis, Vratis, Tapasvis and Brahmacharis, detached souls who worship Bhagwan Sri Hari never go to hell. This is the absolute truth. The strong men who gets into ego and aggresses his relations and friends, he goes to a fiery hell called Agnikund and suffers for as many years as he has pores in his body. Then he takes birth 3 times in Pashu Yoni, animal class. The foolish man who refuses to give food and water to tired and hungry Brahmins who come to his house goes to Tapta Kund, boiling water. After that, he takes birth 7 times in Pakshi Yoni, bird class. The one who washes his clothes in soda on Sundays, Sankranti, Amavasya or Shraddh days goes to Ksharakund, pit of soda and corrosive substances. The degenerate and contemptible man who insults and does not respect Mool Prakriti Bhagavati Jagadamba, the Vedas, Shastras, Purans, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, Gauri, Saraswati and other gods goes into a pit of endless sufferings. There is no pit which is worse than this one. After suffering there for ages, they get birth in the reptile class as snakes. He who snatches the livelihood of another goes into a hell called Vitkund, excreta. Then he gets birth as a worm in the dung heap. The one who usurps the pond of another or answers nature's call in the pond goes to a hell filled with urine. He later takes birth as an ox. The one who selfishly consumes all the sweets of prasad goes to a pit filled with flame. Then he roams the earth as a goblin. The one who does not provide food for mother, father, guru, wife, sons, daughters and orphans goes to a hell called Gharal, poison. Then he goes to the Booth Yoni. The inhospitable man who glares with anger at guests who come to his house, the water and oblations offered by him are unacceptable to the ancestors as well as the gods. The one who commits Brahma Hatya or its equivalent goes to a hell called Dushika Kund, corrupted and contaminated substances. Then after spending time in Booth Yoni, he gets reprieve. After giving a gift to a Brahmin, if one takes it back and gives it to another, then he goes to Vasakund, grease and marrow. Then for 7 births he lives as a chameleon. A man or woman having illicit relations with another goes to Shukrakund, semen. Then he is born as a worm. After that he gets purified. The one who sheds the blood of his guru or of a Brahmin goes to Asrik Kund, surgical. There he has to drink blood. Then for 7 births he lives as a tiger. After that he gets a human birth. The one who experiences grief and tears of melancholia when he sees Bhakta singing the praises of Bhagavati, or who ridicules and laughs when songs of praise are sung to Bhagwan Shri Krishna, he goes for 100 years to a hell called Ashrakund, tears. After that, he takes birth 3 times in Chandal Yoni. Then he becomes eligible for human birth. A man who deceives his friend goes to a hell called Gatra Malkund, body secretions. Then he takes birth 3 times as a donkey. The one who ridicules or laughs at a deaf person goes to a hell called Karnavit, wax from the ears. Then he is born into poverty and wretchedness. He is also born deaf. For personal gain and for accumulating wealth, if one kills living things, he goes to a hell called Majja Kund, marrow. After this, he is born as a rabbit. Then he takes birth 7 times as a fish, 3 births as a pig, and 7 births as a cock. Then, according to his deeds, he gets a birth as a deer. Only after that, he gets a human birth. The one who sells his own daughter, that greedy and despicable man, goes to a hell called Manskund, flesh. My attendants beat him with rods. He has to bear loads of flesh and blood on his head. Later, he is born as a worm in the dirtiest places. He takes birth 7 times as an executioner, then 3 births as a pig and 7 births as a fowl. Then he takes birth as a frog, a leech and a crow. Only then he gets purified to take a human birth again. The one who has a tonsure, head shave, done during Shraddh, fasts or other occasions of austerity is considered unclean and impure for any ceremonies. He goes to a pit called Nakkund, claws and nails and talons. The one who goes to a tirth called Vishnupad and does not offer obsequies for his forefathers goes to a hell called Astikund, ashes. In his next birth, he is born lame. He suffers great misfortune and ill luck. The man who demands relations with his pregnant wife goes to a burning hell called Tamrakund, molten copper. He who touches hides and skins and then tries to do puja without washing and bathing goes to a hell called Charmakund, hide and skin. The Brahmin who goes uninvited to a Shudra's house and eats food goes to a hell called Taptasur, boiling water. The one who uses harsh and cruel language and causes emotional upsetting goes to a hell called Tikshan Kantak, sharp thorns and needles. My attendants beat him with rods. The heartless man who gives poison and kills another suffers for 1,000 years in a hell called Vishkund, poison. Then, for 7 births, he becomes an executioner, and for 7 births, he suffers from leprosy. After that, he is cleansed. The one who is fortunate to be born in the holy land of Bharatvarsh, who is a farmer and beats the bulls and makes his servant kill the bull, he goes to a pit called Tapta Tel, boiling oil. Then he takes birth as a bull for as many years as there are pores on the skin of the bull. The cruel and merciless man who kills a living being with a spear or a red-hot iron goes for many yugas to a hell called Kuntkund, spears and daggers. Then he takes birth as a human and constantly suffers stomach problems. The one who eats before offering the food to his deity, he goes to a hell called Krimikund, worms. Then he is born as a mlech of low birth with inclination to sin for 3 births. He who kills a snake goes to Sarpkund, serpents. Then he takes a human birth with a very short lifespan. He suffers from eczema and other skin ailments. He who punishes an innocent person or a Brahmin goes to a hell called Vajradanstra, which is full of biting and stinging insects. Then he is born 7 times as a pig and 3 times as a crow. The avaricious man who troubles his subjects for the sake of money goes to a hell called Vrikshikund. Then for 7 births he is born as a scorpion. After that he is born as a human but without limbs and full of disease. The Brahmin who becomes very busy doing the work of others and neglects his sandhya and other religious activities goes to the hell called Shar, Shul and Khadga. His body is constantly pierced by arrows, spears and darts. The proud man, blinded by power and ego, who throws people into dark dungeons and kills them, is thrown into hell called Golkund. That is a most fearful hell. It is dark and full of boiling water. Sharp-fanged insects keep biting them. He suffers horrible pangs. Then when he gets a human birth, he comes as a slave of his subjects. Those who kill marine animals for sport or profit go to a hell called Nakrakund, alligators and crocodiles. He who has a good fortune to be born in Bharatvarsh, if he casts adulterous eyes on women and their bodies, goes to a hell called Kakkund, crows. The dull and ignorant person who steals gold from temples and Brahmins is thrown into a hell called Mantan Kund. There, my attendants blindfold him and beat him with rods. After that, for 3 births he is born blind, and for 7 births a wretched and unfortunate human being. Devi, those who steal iron and copper go to a hell called Beach Kund, germs. After the privilege of being born in Bharatvarsh, if a man steals idols and articles of worship, he goes to a hell called Vajrakund and his body is pierced with sharp spears. He who steals from gods and Brahmins items like silver and gold, their dairy items like milk and curds, their pet parrots, goes to a hell called Taptashan, boiling water. Then for 3 births he comes as an earthworm, then for 3 births as a tortoise. Then for 3 births he is afflicted with leucoderma, 1 birth leprosy. Then he is born as a bird and then as a human being with a short lifespan. He suffers continuously from diseases of the blood and colon in the abdomen. He who steals from the gods and the Brahmins brass, bell metal and bronze articles goes to a hell called Tikshan Pashan Kund, sharp stones and flint, and lives there for as many years as he has pores in his skin. The one who eats food from a person who earns money from prostitution goes to a hell called Lalakund, sputum. Then he takes human birth but always suffers from eye diseases, colic and rheumatism. Sadhvi, he who steals from the gods or Brahmins, their fields filled with crops, betel leaves, seat or couch, goes to a hell called Churnakund, powdered and pulverized substances. The one who steals from a Brahmin, his chakra or his wealth, goes to a hell called Chakrakund. He is beaten with rods. The one who is cruel to cows and Brahmins goes for a very long time to a hell called Vakrakund. When he takes birth, his body is crooked and he is limbless for 7 births. He is always surrounded by misfortune. The one who steals ghee and oil is thrown into a hell called Jwala Kund and then into Bhasma Kund. The person who steals fragrant oils, amla and other perfumed substances burns day and night in a hell called Dagda Kund, scorching heat. Sadhvi, the powerful person who uses fraud and deception to cheat one out of his ancestral property or even kills him and snatches away the inherited property, is thrown into a hell called Taptasuchi, burning. His body burns continuously as if immersed in boiling oil, but the body does not get destroyed. Then he is born as a worm in the sewage. Then he is born as an unfortunate man without any land or property. Sadhvi, he who is extremely cruel and merciless and kills with a sword for the sake of wealth, goes to a hell called Asipatra, cutting edge of a sword. My attendants keep cutting his limbs with sharp swords. When he cries out in hunger, they beat him again and again. Then for 7 births, he is born as a carnivorous animal like boar, cock, jackal, lion and tiger. Then for 3 births, he is born as a wolf, and for 7 births a frog. Then he takes birth in Bharatvarsh as a buffalo bull. O faithful one, the one who commits arson, sets fire in villages and cities, merits a hell called Kshurdhar, keen, sharp point. He suffers there for 3 yugas, and my Yamdoots keep slashing and cutting his body. Then he enters the strata of prets, evil spirits, and roams about with fire coming out of his mouth. Then for 7 births, he is born as a scavenger, feeding on sewage, pigeon, a sufferer of colic and rheumatism and leprosy. The one who criticizes others, who enjoys listening to gossip about others, and who speaks against gods and Brahmins, he gets thrown into a hell called Suchimukh, needle, for 3 yugas. There all his limbs are pierced with needles. Then for 7 births, he roams about as a scorpion, snake and fiery insect. The one who breaks a hole and enters a household and commits burglary, and who steals cows, goats and sheep, goes to a hell called Gokamukh, thorns, and gets beaten up by my attendants for 3 yugas. The ordinary thief goes to a hell called Nakramukh, sting, and there he suffers beating from my attendants. Then he gets cleansed. The one who kills elephants, horses, and cows, and who cuts down trees, this most sinful man goes to a hell called Gachdansh, tusk, for a very long time. My attendants beat him with the same elephant tusks. Then for 3 births each, he comes as an elephant, a horse, a cow, and a mlech, one who has sinful tendencies. The one who disturbs a thirsty cow and prevents it from drinking water, he goes to a hell called Gomukh. This is full of boiling water and all kinds of insects and worms. He burns there continuously. Then he takes a human birth full of misfortune and chronic ailments. He who misinterprets the Shastras to suit his convenience and murders cows, Brahmins, women, beggars and pregnant women, and who has relations with women of low morals, that despicable man goes to a hell called Kumbhipak, crocodiles and venomous snakes. My attendants continuously beat him to shreds. He keeps falling into different pits containing blazing fire, thorns, burning oil, red-hot iron and molten copper. Then he takes birth as a pig, vulture and crow and snake. Then he is born as a worm in sewage, an ox and a human with leprosy. Misfortune never leaves him. Sadhvi, the one who differentiates between Sri Krishna and his image, other gods and their forms, Shiva and Shivalingam, and Surya and Suryakant Mani, gemstone, is guilty of the crime equivalent to Brahma Hatya, murder of a Brahmin. The same crime is attributed to one who differentiates between Guru, Ishta Devata, and Mother. Similarly, the one who differentiates between Vishnu Bhaktas and other Deva Bhaktas, and between Brahmins and Brahmanetras, Shalgram, is also guilty of Brahma Hatya. The water in which a Brahmin's feet are washed and the water in which a Shalgram is washed are both holy. The one who differentiates is guilty of Brahma Hatya. The one who differentiates between the Naivedya of Bhagwan Shiva and Bhagwan Srihari is also guilty of Brahmahatya. The all-encompassing Bhagwan Sri Krishna is Sarveshwar Ishwar. He is the causal of all the causes. He is the Almighty, Supreme Being who pervades the internal parts of the universe, Antaryami, and is worshipped by all. He has innumerable forms which are Maya-May, elusive. Verily, he is Nirgun Brahma. The one who differentiates between him and Bhagwan Shankar commits the same sin as one who does Brahmahatya. The one who worships Bhagavati but is hostile and indifferent to her Shastras is also guilty of the crime of Brahmahatya. The one who renounces the pujas prescribed in the Vedas and performs unholy deeds is guilty of Brahmahatya. The one who does not acknowledge Bhagwan Hrishikesh, who is the most supreme being, who does not offer puja to that beloved deity Bhagwan Sri Hari, is guilty of the sin of Brahmahatya. Because all the gods are part and parcel of Brahma Swarupini, Mool Prakriti Bhagawati Bhuvaneshwari. She is the Mahadevi, the universal divine mother. She is to be worshipped continuously and by all. The one who disrespects the causal of all causes, Bhagavati Jagdamba, is guilty of Brahmahatya. The celebration of Sri Krishna, Janmashtami, Ram Navami, Ekadashi, Shivaratri and Sundays grant great punyas. Those who do not observe these days are considered lower than Chandals and are guilty of Brahmahatya. The man who is born in Bharatvarsh and who digs and disturbs the earth during Ardra Nakshatra, 6th lunar mansion, or who relieves himself in a water body is guilty of Brahmahatya. The one who is prosperous and yet does not support his guru, his mother, brother, wife, son and daughter gets the same punishment as one who commits Brahmahatya. The one who has no bhakti towards Bhagwan Sri Hari is guilty of Brahmahatya. The one who eats without first offering food to Bhagwan Sri Hari is also guilty of Brahmahatya. Now I will tell you about Gohatya, cow. If one sees another torturing a cow and does not prevent him, he is guilty of killing a cow. The foolish man who beats a bull with a rod or rides a bull is guilty of killing a cow. The one who offers a bull leftover, half-eaten food or eats food from one who rides a bull, he is definitely guilty of Gohatya. The Brahmin who eats food from a coward or a woman of low morals and does not practice the prescribed sandhyas, prayers, is guilty of Gohatya. The woman who differentiates between her husband and gods and who causes emotional upsetting by her temper and tantrums is guilty of Gohatya. The one who cultivates land where the cows graze and uses up the drinking water meant for cows is guilty of Gohatya. He who does not try to save cows from tyranny of the royal class or from some physical distress is guilty of Gohatya. He who shows disrespect to images of God, to Sadgurus and Brahmins and does not offer pranams is guilty of Gohatya. The Brahmin who, in anger, does not bestow blessings on those who offer pranams and who does not impart Shuddha Vidya, pure knowledge, to his Sishyas, students, is guilty of Gohatya. Guru Patni, wife of the Guru, Raj Patni, queen, mother, daughter, mother-in-law, pregnant woman, brother's daughter, chaste married lady, friend's wife, brother's wife, sister, father's sister, sister's mother-in-law, girl student, wife of student, nephew's wife, all these have been pronounced by Sri Brahma as Agamya, women with whom conjugal connection is forbidden. The man who casts adulterous eyes on these ladies is considered degenerate and contemptible. In the Vedas, he is called as Matrugami. He gets the fruit of the sin of Brahma Hatya. He can never be included in auspicious functions. His great sin takes him to the hell called Kumbhi-Pak. Badre, I have told you about the different kinds of hell where sinners go. There are many other hells, and I will tell you the sins which merit those sufferings. Sadhvi, the Brahmin who eats the food of an immoral woman and has relations with her, goes to a hell called Kal Sutra. After that, he comes as a human afflicted with disease. A woman who is faithful to one husband is called Pativrata. The one who has two men is called Punchli. A woman with 5 lovers is called Veshya. The one who has 6 husbands is called Pungi. The one who has more than 7 is called Mahaveshya. The realized soul who has relations with any of these women goes to a hell called Matsyod for periods ranging from 100 years to 10,000 years. The servants of Yama beat him constantly. Then they take birth as partridge, crow, cuckoo, jackal, pig, silk cotton tree for 7 years. The ignorant man who eats food during solar or lunar eclipse goes to a hell called Aruntud. He suffers for as many years as the grains of food he ate. And when he takes a birth, he suffers from stomach ailments. Then, in the following births, he suffers enlargement of the skin, squint eyes, and toothlessness. The one who betroths his daughter to one man and gets her married to another gets thrown into a hell called Pansukund, dirt and dust. Sadhvi, he who takes wealth in exchange for his daughter, suffers in a hell called Pansuvesht. He has to sleep on a bed of arrows, and my attendants beat him. The one who silences a Brahmin with false reasoning or allegations and who causes a Brahmin to cower in fear, he goes to a hell called Prakampan. The wife who glares at her husband with hatred and who speaks to him disrespectfully goes to a hell called Alkamuk. My servants beat her on the head with rods. When she takes birth, she becomes a widow and a sick person. Veshyas go to Vedankund, Pungis go to Dandatadan Kund, Mahaveshyas go to Jalrandra Kund, Kultas to Dehachurna Kund, Swairinis, adulteresses to Dhalan Kund, and wicked, wanton women go to Soshan Kund. They have to suffer great misery in dirty, filthy pits. The one who breaks the promise he made when holding tulsi leaves, and the one who swears false oaths, he goes to Jwalamukh Kund. Also, he who takes an oath holding Ganga Jal or Shalgram and does not fulfill it goes to the same hell, Jwalamukh Kund. The one who swears by holding up his right hand or by touching a Brahmin or a cow and does not honor his oath also goes to Jwalamukh Kund. Those who betray a friend who is ungrateful and who bear false witness all go to Jwalamukh Kund. There they have to eat fire and are beaten by Yamdoots. Then for 7 births they come as Chandals. The one who breaks the oath made with Gangajal takes 5 births as a Mlech, whose ichhas are foul. The one who breaks a promise made with a Shalgram takes 7 births as a worm in sewers. The one who takes an oath with his right hand and breaks it takes 7 births as a snake. Then he gets purified and gets a birth as a Brahmin. The one who speaks lies in a place of worship is born as a servant in that place for 7 births. The one who swears an oath in the presence of a Brahmin and does not honor it takes birth as a tiger. Then for 3 births he comes as a human who is deaf and dumb. The one who attacks a friend is born as a mongoose, and the one who breaks trust comes as a hunter. The one who bears false witness comes as a frog. All these sinners caused their ancestors and their progeny 7 levels on each side to fall into hell. The foolish one who does not perform his daily spiritual practices, who condemns the Vedas and the scriptures, and who does not renounce evil, goes to hell called Dhumrakund. Then he takes birth as fish and other aquatic animals. The one who misappropriates the property of God and Brahmins goes to the darkest hell called Dhunrand, where he experiences suffocation. Then he is born 7 times as a rat. Then he is born as various types of worms, insects, birds, trees and animals. Only after that he is purified. Pativrate, these are the various kinds of hell. Besides these, there are smaller, insignificant hells. They are all overflowing with sinners. According to their karmafals, fruits of actions, beings keep roaming the different yonis, stratas. There is no end to this traffic. Chapter 9, Episodes 36 and 37, Preventive Measures and Precautions to Avoid Going to Hell, Description of 86 Kinds of Hell. Savitri said, Mahabhag Dharmraj, you are the complete knowledge of the Vedas. Tell me about those Satkarmas, virtuous deeds, which are most essential, most effective, universal, which destroy the evil effects of karma, most superior, which is most joy-giving, which grants all wishes, which confers auspiciousness, which releases one from fear and pain, by the grace of which one does not fall into temptations, which releases one from worldly bondage and rebirth, and which grants peace. Please also describe the other kinds of hell and the conditions which prevail there. After the body is cremated, what form does the dead person take in order to enjoy or suffer the fruits of his action? And how is it that in spite of the sufferings and tribulations, he still continues to exist? O Lord, please tell me all these things. Bhagwan Narayan says, Narad, upon hearing Savitri's request, Dharmraj invoked Bhagwan Sri Hari and began his description of those virtuous deeds which neutralize karmas. Dharmraj said, Vatse, Pativrate, Suvrate, most holy, chaste and pious one, the 4 Vedas, the Dharm Shastras, the Testaments, the Purans, historical scriptures and the Vedang, 6 subordinate branches of the Vedas, have all praised and recommended the Panchadevopasana, worship of 5 gods as the supreme form of worship. This has the power to neutralize birth, death, old age, sickness and sorrow. It is the source of great auspiciousness and joy. It grants siddhis. It saves one from falling into hell. On the tree of devotion, it creates new sprouts and branches, and it is the axe which cuts the tree of karma. This is the boat which takes one across the road to moksha. It is the means by which one attains salvation, sarupya, identification with God, samipya, proximity to God, indestructibility, and the lotus feet of the divine. Shubhe, my attendants guard the gates of hell. The people who do Panchadev Upasana do not see these hells even in their dreams. Those who do not worship Bhagawati Bhuvaneshwari end up in my domain. Those who observe the disciplines of Ekadashi go to Vishnulok. Those who continuously worship Bhagwan Sri Hari and offer puja to his image, they also escape seeing my fearsome domain. My attendants fear the devotees of Bhagwan Shankar in the same way that snakes fear Garud. When they mistakenly go towards them with their nose, I prevent them. My attendants roam everywhere, but they have no entry in the ashrams of the bhaktas of Bhagwan Sri Hari. Also, the bhaktas who worship Sri Krishna with mantras are greatly feared by my attendants. When the devotees of Bhagavati Jagadamba die, my attendant Chitragupt, recording angel of Yama, welcomes them with madhupark, mixture of curds, ghee, water and honey, and directs them to Brahmalok. Sadhvi, after that they gain entry into Manidweep Lok. Devi Bhaktas are so powerful and auspicious that the very sight of them destroys bad karmas. When these great, realized souls are born, great blessings are bestowed upon their clan. The sins of all the ancestors get burned to ashes like dry twigs in a furnace. In the presence of a Devi Bhakt, spiritual ignorance dissolves and Shuddha Ichcha takes its place, thirst for divine knowledge. Sadhvi, lust, anger, greed, death, sickness, old age, sorrow, fear, fate, evil deeds, indulgence and sense pleasures, all these fail to have their negative influences in the vicinity of a Devi Bhakta, devotee of Sri Adi Shakti. Sadhvi, I have named the various categories of people who never see hell. Now, I will explain what the Shastras say about what happens to the body after death. The 5 elements already exist: earth, water, fire, air, and ether. In the process of creation, the Creator produces a Deha Bij or nucleus or seed. The body, which is built up from the earth and other 4 elements, is called transient and destructible. It burns in the funeral pyre and turns to ashes. The jiva or soul which is left takes on the aspect of a finger bound by a ring. It assumes a subtle body which has to experience the fruits which it has merited. That soul does not turn to ashes. Rather, it comes into my jurisdiction, Saya Manipuri. The gross body can be destroyed by fire or by the ravages of time. But the subtle body can never be destroyed. The sharpest blade, the hottest boiling oil, and the heaviest iron cannot destroy it. It continues burning and suffering forever. Such is the awesome suffering. Sadhvi, I have told you what happens to a body after death. Now I will tell you about the description of the hell. Pativrate, Narak Kund, hell, is built exactly like the lunar system and has a vast orbit. It is built up of various kinds of flint stones, implements and tools. They are everlasting and indestructible. They last till Pralay Kal, the dissolution. As per the desire of Sri Hari, these have been created for punishing sinners. Agnikund is a blazing pit of fire, many miles long and broad, with flames rising 100 feet into the air. It is always filled with screaming and shrieking sufferers, and my servants stand guard over them. A pit filled with fierce and dangerous beasts, which devour sinners, is called Tapt Kund. A pit called Tapt Ksharot Kund, filled with blackish salty water, which is continuously boiling. It is constantly burning sinners and is also crowded with crows. There is a mile long and a mile broad Vit Kund, where souls suffer from hunger pangs, whose talus, fontanel area, dry and shrivel continuously and forever. The pit is filled with filthy substance and worms that gnaw holes in the body. There is no relief, it goes on forever. Then there is Mudra Kund, which is filled with urine, foul smell and horrible worms. Criminals and evildoers suffer in this boiling filth. A pit filled with mucus, pus and every unholy thing is called Shleshma Kund and is the place where heinous sinners are thrown. Those who have poisoned others are thrown into a pit called Gar Kund. This is steaming with beasts with fangs and poisonous biting insects. Dushika Kund is filled with tears and sinners are constantly crying out with the pain inflicted by stinging and biting insects. Vasakund is filled with marrow and greasy fat. Shukra Kund is filled with bodily excretions and horrible worms which attack the sinners who are thrown there. Blood-sucking and biting insects and worms infest Rakta Kund. Gatramal Kund is filled with foul-smelling excreta. Karnavat Kund is filled with wax from the ears. The sinners who are banished to this place suffer the pain of biting and stinging insects and worms. Great sinners are put into Majja Kund filled with marrow. Mas Kund is full of decaying and decomposed meat. Those who have sold their daughters are sent here and made to eat the flesh of their daughters. When the maggots and worms bite them, they scream in pain. Tamrakund is filled with molten copper and burning copper plates. Sinners are burnt in this continuously. Loha Kund is a pit where sinners are burned with molten iron. It is surrounded by darkness and cries of save me can be heard at all times. Those who eat skin and drink spurious drinks are sent to Charma Kund and Taptasura Kund. Shalmali Kund is surrounded by thick thorny and pricky plants. It is full of suffering and sorrow. It is vast and can hold lakhs of sinners. Silk cotton trees with thorns more than 4 spans long and as sharp as needles have fallen inside this pit. Those who are thrown in get pierced and scream in pain. The agony is endless. Their throats and talus dry up with screaming and they beg for water which they never get. There is a hell which is 1 mile long and 1 mile broad and filled with snake venom. Those who are thrown in jump about as if they are in boiling oil. It is called Vishod Kund. The pit which contains oil, which is constantly boiling, is called Pratap Tail Kund. Because of its extreme heat, nothing lives in it, but sinners who are thrown in by my assistance have to endure the sufferings forever. Angar Kund is full of burning flames. It is dark and most fearsome, and sinners burn in it forever. The hell, called Kuntal Kund, is filled with razor-sharp iron pieces in the shape of trishuls. It is 8 miles long and a veritable bed of nails. The sinners who fall in get pierced and their throats, lips and talus dry up. Sadhvi, one pit contains mutated worms with fangs like serpents. These unnatural creatures bite and sting. The hell is called Krimi Kund. It is enveloped in darkness. Puya Kund is spread over 8 miles and filled with pus and purulent matter. The pit, which is as deep as a palm tree and filled with venomous snakes and serpents, is called Sarpakund. The snakes coil themselves around the sinners and bite them. Mashak Kund, Danshak Kund and Gol Kund are infested with mosquitoes, gnats and other stinging insects. Sinners suffer great agony and their hands are shackled and their bodies burn and bleed with the bites and stings. Vajra Kund and Vrishchak Kund are full of scorpions. Shar Kund, Shul Kund and Kadga Kund are filled with weapons. The bodies which fall into these hells get pierced and cut with the sharp, pointed weapons. These pits get filled with the blood which pours out. Golkund is full of boiling water and enveloped in black and inky darkness. Worms with thorny bodies and sharp teeth inflict endless pain on those who are thrown into this hell. Nakra Kund is pervaded by foul and rotten odors. Sinners who are thrown into this hell are attacked and bitten by fearsome crocodiles and alligators. Countless sinners languish eternally in Kak Kund, which is filled with urine, excreta, flame, mucus and other filth. Huge black crows keep pecking and clawing those unfortunate beings who are already suffering great distress. Manthan Kund and Beach Kund are filled with slime, maggots and germs. It is a pit full of anguish and distress. Vajra Kund has all varieties of creatures with sharp, pointed teeth which inflict painful bites. The darkness that surrounds this hell is impenetrable. The fires in Tapt Pashan Kund are fierce and furious. Those who burn here eternally shriek and run hither and thither. Tikshan Pashan Kund is filled with pointed razor-sharp flint and rocks. Those who have committed grievous sins are thrown into this pit. There is a deep pit filled with blood called Lala Kund, and my assistants push sinners deep into this. Masikund is filled with soot and black stones. Churna Kund is filled with burning sand. Chakra Kund spins continuously like a potter's wheel. It is fitted with 16 sharp spokes which keep cutting into the flesh of sinners who are thrown in. It is a long, winding pit and very, very deep. It is also fitted with boiling water. The air is filled with piteous wailing and lamenting. Kurma Kund has turtles which bite and claw the sinners incessantly. Criminals and evildoers are thrown into an ever-burning volcanic pit called Jwala Kund. Bhasma Kund is filled with hot ashes. Eating and breathing these hot ashes causes extreme distress to the sinners who are inside. In Dagd Kund, the limbs of sinners are constantly being branded with burning irons. This causes drying up of their talus. Pratapta Suchi Kund gives unbearable pains, is filled with pungent burning oil, and noisy fierce animals. The sinners are constantly being burnt and bitten and also get blind. Asipatra Kund has tall palm trees with razor-sharp leaves. Sinners who are thrown onto the leaves sustain deep gashes and the pit gets filled with their blood. There are constantly cries of "Save me, save me." Shurdhar Kund is filled with sharp weapons with points like needles. Suchi Mukh is filled with fine pins and needles. Gokamukh Kund is filled with creatures with a face like a mule. Nakra Kund has creatures with crocodiles which inflict painful bites. Gajdansh Kund is a vast pit. Gomukh Kund is filled with creatures with heads of cows. There is a pit like a cauldron called Kumbipak which is enveloped in darkness. Sinners are constantly bitten by creatures with sharp fangs and keep groping blindly. They keep fainting and reviving and suffering endlessly. Pativrate, sinners suffer in each and every pit and pay dearly for their sins. In addition, my assistants keep beating and flogging them without mercy. The hell which lies in Kumbipak is considered the one with the maximum pain and suffering. In spite of all the torture, the body continues to exist and suffer eternally. It is the severest of all the hells. In Kal Sutra, sinners are chained by the bonds of eternity. They are constantly immersed in a pit of boiling liquid, and in turns they rise to the surface, sink to the bottom, faint, revive, and repeat the cycle. Avat Kund and Matsyod Kund are filled with thicker, glutinous liquid which is constantly boiling. It engulfs all who are thrown in. Asantud Kund gets its name from the stinging and biting worms which are constantly looking for victims. The sinners cry desperately for release which never comes. Pansukund is filled with dust which chokes and blinds the sinners. A hell which is filled with chains, fetters, snares and traps is called Pashaveshtan Kund. Shulprot Kund is filled with pikes, darts and tridents which pierce those who fall in. Even as they are falling in, sinners tremble with fear. As soon as sinners reach Ulkamukh Kund, burning torches and flaming wood is pushed into their mouths and throat. There is a vast hell called Andakoop Narak. It is filled with deadly worms and insects and is enveloped in inky darkness. The sinners become so wretched that they start biting each other. They are given boiling hot water to drink. So the biting and the boiling misery goes on endlessly. Sinners who are thrown into Vedan Kund get pierced with sharp weapons. In Dandatadan Kund, sinners are beaten with iron rods and scream in pain. Jalarandra Kund is like a vast fishing net where everything gets trapped. In Dehachurna Kund, all the bodies are crushed. Their legs are put into iron fetters and their broken bodies lie inert but alive. Dalankund is the place where my assistants constantly beat and whip and flog sinners. In Shoshan Kund, the continuously heated sand and dust causes the throat, lips and talu to dry up. Kashkund is filled with blood and skin and pervaded by the foul smell of decomposing flesh. The suffering is unbearable. Shurpakund is full of burning sand and sharp arrows. Jwalamukh Kund is eternally blazing. Sinners are dropped into this volcano to burn forever. Jihma Kund is filled with burning bricks, and those who fall in swoon with the heat. Doomrand Kund is filled with acrid, thick smoke which chokes and blinds all those who fall in. In Nagveshtan Kund, cobras entwine the sinners and keep injecting venom with their sharp fangs. In all these hells, my assistants constantly inflict punishment on sinners by beating, burning, and frightening them. Savitri, I have described to you 86 kinds of hell. Is there any other thing you would like to know? Chapter 9, Episode 38, an attempt to describe the form, significance, and attributes of Bhagawati Bhuvaneshwari. Savitri said, Prabhu, please bestow upon me the supreme knowledge of Bhakti to Devi Bhagawati, the Almighty Goddess. This is the only path to Mukti, freedom. It is by this mukti that one can avoid falling into hell. It contains the power to destroy the greatest of sins. It has the capacity to cut the roots of the tree of karma vriksh, tree of action and reaction. Bhagwan, what is called as mukti? How many kinds of mukti are there? How does one recognize their characteristics? What does bhakti embody? How many kinds of bhakti are there and which destroys which effect of karma? O Prabhu, I most respectfully request you to tell me all these things. O foremost knower of the Vedas, please give me a concise knowledge of this great secret. Giving Nirmal Gyan and Nirmal Vidya to the spiritually ignorant merits punyas which are 16 times more than those earned by yagyas, pilgrimages, holy baths, charitable works, fasting and tapasya. A mother's importance is 100 times more than a father's. This is the absolute truth. But Prabhu, a guru who imparts Nirmal Vidya is 100 times more venerable than that mother. Dharmraj said, Vatse, the knowledge that you desire, I have already given to you. Now, the bhakti to Bhagavati Jagdamba that you desire is already contained in the boon that I granted you. You also desire to hear the attributes and interpretations of the qualities of Mool Prakriti Bhagavati Jagdamba, who is the cause of this material universe. This knowledge is profound and awesome, and those who ask, those who tell, and those who listen earn salvation and redemption for their clans. But it is rare and difficult to come by. Even Sesh with 1,000 faces could not successfully complete the description. If Mrityunjay Shiva, he who has conquered death with his 5 heads, starts describing the Devi, he too will not be able to complete it. Brahmaji is the creator of the 4 Vedas and the entire universe. He is adorned with 4 faces. Bhagwan Vishnu is omniscient. But even these 2 gods have not been able to completely describe Devi Bhagavati. If Swami Kartikeya starts describing the Devi, his 6 faces will not be adequate to complete her attributes. The most auspicious Sri Ganesha is the guru of all the yogi gurus, but even he has not been able to fully describe the qualities and attributes of the Devi. The 4 Vedas contain the essence of all existing scriptures. The Vedas, as well as the scholars who have mastered the Vedas, have not succeeded in describing even a fraction of the qualities of Bhagavati Jagadamba. Sakshat Saraswati becomes inert and expresses inability to complete Devi Mahima description of the goddess. When Sanak, Sanandan, Sanatan, Sanat Kumar, Dharm, Kapil, Surya and all other illustrious sons of Brahma could not succeed in adequately and completely describing the attributes of the Devi, how can one expect such a feat from lesser beings? If yogis and munis have not been able to fully describe Devi Bhagavati Jagadamba, then there is no one who can do it. Not even I can hope to achieve this impossible feat. Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva and all the gods worship and meditate upon the lotus feet of Devi Bhagavati. This Devi is as accessible to her devotees as she is distant and unattainable to those who have no bhakti and recognition of her. The description of the Devi is extremely sacred. Some have only a partial glimpse of it. The knower of Brahmagyan, Sri Brahma, has knowledge of some aspects. The Guru of the wise and learned, Sri Ganesha, has knowledge of other aspects. But Bhagwan Shankar has the most profound knowledge because he received this from Parabrahma Bhagwan Sri Krishna. It happened long ago. Bhagwan Shankar once visited Golok. Ras Mandal was in progress in a secluded forest. It was there that Bhagwan Sri Krishna has elucidated on some divine aspects of Bhagavati Jagadamba. After this, Sri Shiva returned to his abode and recited it to Dharma. Then Dharma repeated it to the auspicious Surya. Sadhvi, my father Bhagwan Surya had performed worship to Devi and got this knowledge as a gift. Long ago, my father wanted to give me the kingdom of Yampuri, but I did not want it. Suvrate, I was inclined towards asceticism and I wanted to do tapasya. It was then that my father recited before me all that he knew of the qualities and attributes of Devi Bhagavati Jagadamba. All that rare and precious knowledge I place before you. Listen, O beautiful one, the qualities and attributes of Mool Prakriti Bhagavati Jagadamba are so myriad and so vast that she herself is not aware of all of them. Then how can anyone else do justice? Just Akash is not fully aware of all the bodies within his ambit, so also Bhagavati is not aware of her limitless qualities and attributes. The first form of this Brahma Swarupini Bhagavati is Sarva Atma, the all-pervading Supreme Spirit. She, who is the causal of all the gods, who is the causal of all causes, whose various names are Sarveshwar, Lord of all, Sarvadhya, the first, the primordial, Sarvavit, all-knowing, Sarva Paripalak, who protects and nourishes all, who is Nitya Swarup, constant, perpetual, unchanging, Nitya Vigraha, eternal form, Paramanand Paripurn, complete divine bliss, who is devoid of material, physical or elemental construction, Baulik Akar, and who is Nirankush, who cannot be obstructed, who is Nishank, fearless, dauntless, Nirgun, attributeless, beyond the three gunas and the three nadis, Ida, Pingala and Sushumna. She is consciousness, devoid of all the qualities and attributes of the mind, Niramay, salubrious, free from disease, Nirlipt, unattached. Sarva Sakshi, silent witness of the action of the universe. Sarva Adhar, support of the universe. She is pure consciousness, unformulated, undifferentiated. And who is Paratpar, the most excellent? That same Almighty, by her Maya, supreme creator of illusion and confusion even to the greatest of gods, she assumes the aspect of Mool Prakriti, the material cause of the universe. Bhagawati Bhuvaneshwari, giver of life to the universe, she is the origin of everything that has manifested or taken birth. It is only by union with her that Paramatma himself becomes Prakriti, the manifested material universe. Prakriti and Purush are so undivided and inseparable as sun and sunlight, moon and moonlight, and fire and combustion. The energy manifested in every particle as well as the primordial vibration is she, Satchit Ananda Swarupini, Bhagavati Jagadamba or Mahamaya. She is formless. But when she emerges for a divine purpose, in response to the prayers of her devotees, she assumes various forms. She first manifested as Gopal Sundari, which is to say that Parabrahma Bhagavan Sri Krishna was verily a manifestation of herself. It was a form of indescribable beauty. The body was pleasing. He was the embodiment of gentle graciousness. He was adorable and had a honey-like spring of sweetness. His nature was auspiciousness, like a beautiful garden of nectar-giving trees. His eyes were like fresh lotus petals, big and joy-giving. His skin was blue, like the color of a rain-filled cloud. He wore garments of pitambar, yellow garb liquidating samsara. He is both Madhuri and Samhara Shakti. He bears the ring of Saturn on his right finger. He is the axis of the whirling universes. His face is so full of Sahaja Brahma Jyoti that even a crore of full moons pale before his brilliance. He wore many garlands of the suns, moons, and stars. His splendor pervades beyond the firmament. He is charming in his darshan, speech, action, and mind. His entire person is adorned with ornaments and precious jewels. He is the Lord of Wealth, whose navel is auspicious like gold. The brilliant Kaustubh money rests on his expansive chest. Garlands of fragrant champa and malati hang to his knees. His body is anointed with precious paste of kasturi, kesar, aguru, and divine sandalwood. In the crest of his diadem shines the sacred gem Chudamani. A beautiful charming smile plays on his face. In both his hands he holds a murali, flute, and plays divine music. He was verily the abode of Leela, the divine play. He was the most peaceful and serene, fountain of endless Madhurya, most glorious and splendorous Lord of Sri Radharani, and dearer to her than life. He was seated on a gem-studded Singhasan in the center of the Ras Mandal. Sri Gopanganas, ladies of the Gopa clan, gazed at him in total adoration and sang his praises, which flowed as a constant stream of ambrosia. That Sri Krishna was the beloved, revered, and almighty God of all. Acknowledging him as the supreme power, Brahma, the creator, framed the ordinance regulating the laws governing fate and destiny, which is karmas. It is within these parameters that the gods' karma phal or fruits of tapasya and actions are governed. It is by his command that Bhagwan Vishnu is known as the preserver and is constantly engaged in the protection and preservation of the three worlds. And when it is time for dissolution, it is he who directs Kalagni Rudra, the fire of final destruction, to annihilate the creation. Bhagwan Shiva, who is the Guru of all the Gurus, who is known as Mrityunjay, he who has conquered death, Gyanvan, possessor of knowledge, Yogesh, the chief among ascetics, Prabhu, Paramanand, the supreme blissful soul, manifests because of him. Sadhavi, in obedience to him, the swift Pavan moves and the sun shines. It is only by his command that Indra reigns, death overcomes life, Agni burns, and water gets its coolness and liquidity. Holding him in awe, the Digpals, guardian deities of the quarters, guard all the directions, and the planets rotate and revolve in their respective orbits. The trees put out their flowers and fruits in accordance with his will, and out of reverence and obedience, Kal, time, dissolves the creation. Without his will, nothing can exist, either in water, the earth, or the air. And without his will, death cannot touch anyone, whether free, captive, or on the battlefield. It is at his command that air supports water, water supports the tortoise supports Seshnag, and Seshnag supports Prithvi, earth, and Prithvi supports the mountains and the oceans. The same Prithvi who is forgiving and enduring by nature, also at his command, produces priceless gems. And by his command, all creatures on this earth take birth and finally die. Pativrati, the lifespan of Indra is 71 Deva Yugas. The span of 28 Indras constitutes 1 day and 1 night of Brahma. 30 such days make a month, 2 months make a season, and 6 seasons make a year. 100 such years form the lifespan of Brahma. When Brahma ceases to exist, Maya Vishisht, Prakriti Brahma Paramatma, drops one eyelid. When this eye closes, it causes Prakriti Pralaya. During this Prakriti Pralaya, when this happens, there is total dissolution of Devatas, movable and immovable life forms, the creator and the created, and all gets absorbed into the Nabhi Kamal of Bhagwan Shri Krishna. Shri Vishnu, who reclines in the Bhavasagar, as well as his four-armed manifestation in Vaikunt, gets absorbed into the left side of Parabrahma Paramatma, Shri Krishna. Bhagwan Shiva, the Eternal One, the presiding deity of Gyan, merges into the Gyan of Paramatma Shri Krishna. All the Shaktis dissolve into Vishnu Maya Durga. Vishnu Maya Durga takes her place in the buddhi of Bhagwan Shri Krishna, as she is the ruler of his buddhi. Swami Kartikeya, who is an Ansh, part of Narayan, gets absorbed into his chest. Suvrate, one who observes vows, the Lord of the Ganas, Deveshwar Shri Ganesh, is a part of Bhagwan Shri Krishna. He gets absorbed into his two arms. The manifestations of goddess Lakshmi merge into Lakshmi, and Lakshmi merges into Sri Radha. All the gopis and the Dev Patnis, wives of the gods, also merge into Sri Radha, and Sri Radha, most beloved of Bhagwan Shri Krishna, gets absorbed into his prana. Savitri, the Vedas and the entire scriptures enter Sri Saraswati. Saraswati merges into the tongue of the Paramatma Bhagwan Sri Krishna. All the Gopas of Golok get absorbed into the pores of Bhagwan Sri Krishna. The Pran Vayu, life's breath of all living things, dissolves into his prana. All fires merge into his Jatiragni, the fire in the stomach which digests food, and all gets absorbed into the tip of his tongue. Devotees of Vishnu, Vaishnav Purush, joyfully merge into the Charan Kamal, lotus feet of Bhagwan Sri Krishna. The most excellent and the most essential devotees who have lived only on the nectar of devotion and surrender enter the being of Bhagwan Sri Krishna because they are already a part and parcel of him. He is called the Mahavirat Purush, into whose pores the entire creation enters, upon whose closing of the eye there is dissolution of universes, and upon opening of the eye, creation takes place. When 100 years of Brahma are completed, the creation gets dissolved. Suvrate, there is no count of the number of times creation and dissolution takes place, just as one cannot count the particles of dust in the earth. When dissolution is imminent, that all-pervading Paramatma merges with Mool Prakriti, Paratpar Swarupa, Almighty, Shakti to become one, and only one Parashakti remains. And that is called Nirgun. It is this being which is mentioned in the Vedas as Sadevad Magar Asit, the being who was the beginning. Bhagavati Prakriti, even though formless, is known as the energy which manifested. But she is pure consciousness, undifferentiated and indivisible. Therefore, at the time of Pralayakal, dissolution, she also, completely untouched and unchanged, continues to be. There is no one in this entire creation who can succeed in adequately describing the qualities and attributes of this most supreme, most sublime Bhagavati Jagdamba. The four Vedas have revealed four ways of attaining mukti. In all of them, bhakti and surrender to God has been mentioned as the most superior, as it causes everything else to become insignificant and trivial. One mukti grants salokya, salvation, the second gives sarupya, identity or similarity, the third gives samipya, proximity to God, and the fourth gives nirvana, emancipation. Bhakta Purush, devotees of God, do not leave their bhakti in pursuit of these muktis. They even disregard Shivatva, bliss, Amaratva, immortality, and Brahmatva, true knowledge of the Supreme Self. Mukti is devoid of seva, servitude, while bhakti has intense and continuous seva. This is the difference between mukti and bhakti. Now listen to the revocation or neutralizing of destiny. Learned men say that birth is dictated by past karmas. The surest way to neutralize this is by complete devotion and servitude to Mool Prakriti Bhagavati Sri Devi. Sadhvi, this Tattvagyan, essential truth, stands firm and immutable in the Vedas and in the world. Therefore, Vats, you must take to this auspicious, obstacle-free path. After saying all these things, Suryaputra Dharmraj granted life to Satyavaan and gave him to Savitri with divine blessings. Then he prepared to leave. Seeing him go, Savitri fell at his feet and began to cry. She became sad that the most benevolent and generous Dharmraj was leaving. Dharmraj was pleased to see this. Tears of compassion filled his eyes. He said to Savitri, "Savitri, after spending many happy years in the auspicious Bharatvarsh, you will go to the place where Sakshat Bhagavati presides. Bhadre, you go home now and perform worship to Bhagavati Savitri. On completion of 14 years of this vow, a woman gets moksha. This vow should be observed from the 14th day of the bright fortnight of Jesht, 3rd month. The Mahalakshmi Vrat is to be observed on the 8th day of the bright fortnight of Bhadrapad, 6th month. O pure and virtuous one, this Vrat should be observed for 16 years. The lady who faithfully observes this attains the lotus feet of Bhagwan Shri Krishna. On every Tuesday, Bhagavati Mangal Chandika should be worshipped. On the 6th day of the bright fortnight of every month, the auspicious Bhagavati Shashti should be worshipped. Bhagavati Manasa is to be worshipped on Sankranti day of Ashad, 4th month. During Kartik Purnima, Sri Radha is to be worshipped. Married ladies with children, virtuous and faithful wives who regularly worship Bhagavati Vishnu Maya, Durgati Nashini Durga, destroyer of misfortune, and Prakriti Swarupini Bhagavati Jagadamba are blessed with good fortune and happiness in this life and finally attain the lotus feet of Bhagavati Sri Devi. Devotees should worship all these aspects of Devi. You must also worship Sarvarupa Mool Prakriti Sri Bhuvaneshwari. There is nothing else in any world which compares with Seva of Parameshwari. Then Dharmraj left for his abode. Savitri took her husband and returned home. Narad, after reaching home, Savitri told everyone the story of Savitri and Satyavaan. Then, as per the boons, the father of Savitri begot sons, and her father-in-law regained his lost sight and his kingdom. Savitri herself gave birth to many sons. After a long happy life, Savitri and Satyavaan entered the abode of Bhagawati Bhuvaneshwari. Because she was the ruler of Savita, the sun, and the presiding deity of Gayatri Mantra, she got the name of Savitri. And because she is the mother of all the Vedas, she is known in the world as Savitri. Vats, this is the complete story of Savitri and of Karmvipak, consequences of all actions, good or bad, of all living things. Now what else do you wish to know? Chapter 9, Episodes 39 and 40. Manifestation of Bhagawati Mahalakshmi. Curse of Durvasa causes her to leave Devlok. Indra becomes sad and goes to Brihaspati. Naradji says, Bhagwan, I have heard from your auspicious mouth the stories of Dharmraj and Savitri, Mool Prakriti Bhagavati Bhuvaneshwari, and Nirgun Swarupa Gayatri. I now wish to hear everything about Bhagawati Lakshmi. O foremost among the knowers of the Vedas, please describe to me her form and the different ways of worshipping her. Please describe to me all her qualities and attributes. Bhagwan Narayan says, Brahman, this happened in ancient times. At the beginning of creation, during Ras Mandal, Sri Radha manifested from the Vam Bhag, left side of Parabrahma Paramatma Bhagwan Sri Krishna. On all four sides were huge banyan trees. She was as youthful as a 12-year-old girl. Her complexion was as white as the champak flower, magnolia. Her countenance was most joy-giving. When she smiled, her face shone like a crore of full moons during Sharad Purnima. Her large eyes caused the full-blooming lotuses to pale into insignificance. By the desire of Parabrahma Paramatma Bhagwan Sri Krishna, she manifested a second form which was identical in dress, state, tejas, lustre, yash, splendor, kanti, beauty, vastra, dress, abhushan, decoration and ornaments, gun, qualities, tritya, deeds, smile, countenance, love and compassion. From the left side manifested Sri Lakshmi and the right side remained Sri Radha. Sri Radha took as her husband the two-armed most supreme Bhagwan Sri Krishna. Mahalakshmi also expressed the desire to have Bhagwan Sri Krishna as her husband. In order to preserve her prestige and dignity, Sri Krishna himself manifested in two forms. His right side remained the two-armed Sri Krishna, and from his left side emerged the four-armed form of Sri Vishnu. He presented Sri Mahalakshmi to Sri Vishnu as his wife. That Devi, who always lovingly looks after the world and bestows wealth and well-being, is known as Sri Mahalakshmi. In this way, the two-armed Sri Krishna became the husband of Sri Radha, and the four-armed Sri Vishnu became the husband of Sri Mahalakshmi. Surrounded by Gopas and Gopikas, Shuddha Swarupini Bhagavati Sri Radha grew in glory and splendor. Chaturbhuj, four-armed Bhagwan Sri Vishnu, accompanied by Bhagavati Sri Lakshmi, retired to his abode Vaikunth. The two gods Sri Krishna and Sri Vishnu are identical in every way. Bhagavati Sri Mahalakshmi, by her yoga siddhis, manifested in many forms. Endowed with all auspicious and prosperous qualities, she settled in Vaikunth as Mahalakshmi. And because of her benevolence and compassion, she was revered and worshipped by women. In heaven, she assumed the form of Indra's wealth and was known as Swarga Lakshmi. In Patal, she was worshipped as Naga Lakshmi, and in the palaces of kings as Raja Lakshmi. And for householders, she is honored as Griha Lakshmi. All these forms are partial manifestations of this Devi Mahalakshmi. She reigns eternally in her entirety in Vaikunth. She bestows success and auspiciousness to householders and dwells among them as good fortune. Among cows, she dwells as Surabhi, excellence and fragrance, and in Yagyas, she presides as Dakshina. In the house of Kshir Sagar, ocean of milk, she took birth as a daughter. In the beauty of lotuses, she is Shri, and for the moon, she took the form of Shobha, radiance and luster. It is from her that the solar system got its light. In all things, ornaments, jewels, gemstones, fruits, water, kings, queens, goddesses, planets, stars, all grains, clothes, holy places, image of gods, Mangal Kalash, rubies, pearl strings, diamonds, sandalwood, new shoots of trees, and new rain clouds, a part of Bhagawati Sri Lakshmi exists. Muni, the first person to worship Sri Mahalakshmi, was Bhagwan Narayan in Vaikuntha. The second was Brahmaji, who performed Archana. The third one to worship her was Sri Shiva. Bhagwan Vishnu performed puja to her in Kshir Sagar. After that, she was worshipped on earth by Swayambhu Manu, primal man, son of Brahma, Manuvendra, a king, Rishishwar, Munishwar, and genteel householders. Gandharvas and Nagas worshipped her in Patal. On the 8th day of the bright fortnight of Bhadramas, 6th month, she was worshipped by Brahma. Narad, the celebrations lasted throughout the month in all the three lokas. On the holy day of Tuesday, during Chaitra, Pushya, and Bhadra, her puja began to be celebrated. Because Sri Vishnu worshipped her, all Triloki began to worship her with great bhakti. During the Sankranti of Push, 10th month, Manu installed an image of this Devi on a Mangal Kalash and invited the Devi. Then he offered puja. After that, in all the three lokas, this Mahadevi began to be worshipped. Indra also became her devotee. And Raja Mangal worshipped her in the form of Mangala. Following this, she was worshipped by Raja Kedar, Neel, Bhal, Subal, Dhruv, Uttanpad, Shukra, Bali, Kashyap, Daksh, Kardam, Vaivaswan, Priyavrat, Chandrama, Kuber, Vayu, Yama, Agni, and Varun. In this way, Bhagawati Mahalakshmi was worshipped by all. She is the supreme ruler of Aishwarya. She is called the embodiment of wealth and fortune. Naradji asked, Sri Mahalakshmi is the beloved of Bhagwan Sri Narayan and eternally presides over Vaikuntha. This ancient Devi is called the ruler of Vaikuntha. A long time ago, in order to honor the word of Bhagwan Sri Narayan, she agreed to come on earth as the daughter of Samudra Devata. How did that happen? Please tell me in detail. Bhagwan Narayan says, Narad, this is an ancient story. Due to the curse pronounced by sage Durvasa, the Devi Shri departed from Indra. All the Devas began to wander in Martyalok, mortal world. Lakshmi abandoned heaven and sadly returned to Vaikuntha. Narad, she went there and merged into the form of Sri Mahalakshmi. The gods were grief-stricken. In great distress, they came to the lotus feet of Sri Brahma. Making him their leader, they all proceeded to Vaikuntha and surrendered themselves to the lotus feet of Sri Vishnu for refuge. Their plight was really sad. Their throats, lips, and talus had dried up. Then, in obedience to the will of Puran Purush Bhagwan Sri Hari, Sarva Sampatti Swarupa, the embodiment of all the wealth and fortune in existence, by her own power manifested as the daughter of the ocean. The Devata and Daityas combined and began Manthan, churning of the Kshir Sagar, ocean of milk. Mahalakshmi manifested from that ocean. Bhagwan Vishnu himself went there to receive her. This pleased the Devi and she placed a Varmala garlanding the bridegroom on Sri Vishnu, who was reclining on the ocean, and took her place beside him. Narad, by her blessings, the kingdom of heaven, which the Asuras had snatched away, was restored to the Devas. They sang stutis in thanksgiving and regularly worshipped her with pujas. Naradji asked, Brahman, when, why, and for what mistake did Brahmanishta, one possessing knowledge of the immortal self, and Tatvagya, possessing knowledge of divine philosophy, Munivar Durvasa pronounced a curse on Indra? Please describe the manthan done by the Devas. Which stotra so pleased the Devi that she gave a darshan to Indra? What brought about reconciliation between Indra and Durvasa? In your great kindness, please tell me all these things. Bhagwan Narayan says, a long time ago, sage Durvasji was going from Vaikunt to the mountain peak of Kailash. Indra saw him. The body of the Muni was glowing with Brahmatej. He was shining with the brilliance of 1,000 rays of the summer sun. His matted and braided locks shone like molten gold. He wore a white Yagyopaveet, sacred thread, and carried the skin of an antelope, a rod, and a kamandal in his hands. He was accompanied by countless students, all well versed in the Vedas and scriptures. As they approached, Indra lowered his head and offered pranams. Sage Durvasa blessed him and also gave him divine Parijat flowers which had been given to him by Sri Vishnu. Vain and conceited with Rajashri, kingship, Indra casually placed on the head of his elephant Airavat the divine flowers which had the capacity of destroying death, old age and sorrow, and even granting moksha. As soon as the flowers touched Airavat, he became filled with the same luster, qualities, and brilliance as Sri Vishnu. Then he left Indra and went into the dense forest. Indra could not mount that elephant, nor could he control him. Disrespectful handling of the sacred flowers caused sage Durvasa to become very angry. In extreme rage, he pronounced a curse on Indra. Munivar Durvasa said, Indra, puffed up in the pride of kingship, why do you insult me? I gave you this divine Parijat flowers. Instead of honoring them yourself, you put them on the head of your elephant. The protocol demands that if you ever receive Naivedya, fruits or water that have been first offered to Sri Vishnu, you must most respectfully and reverently consume and enjoy it yourself and consider yourself blessed and fortunate. If you disrespect it and give it away, you have committed a sin equal to Brahma Hatya. Those who have the Saubhagya, great good fortune, to receive Naivedya and offerings from Sri Vishnu and then throw it away, lose their Shri and Buddhi. The one who receives offerings which are made to Sri Vishnu gets released for 100 ancestors and gets mukti for himself. The one who respectfully consumes Naivedya out of the offerings made to Sri Hari and continuously worships him with pujas becomes divine like him. When he visits holy places, they get blessed by the cool breeze that blows past him. The dust from his feet purifies the earth. Food which is not first offered to Bhagwan Sri Vishnu is just the same as the food in the house of an adulteress, coward or Shudra. Food which is offered to Shivaling, Shudra sacrifice, a temple, the food prepared by one who sells his daughter, a prostitute, waste or stale food, leftovers, food cooked for a cremation, food in the house of a woman who is condemned by the Shastras, one who is on bad terms with his relations, a traitor, an ungrateful person, and a dishonest Brahmin are all considered extremely impure. But even if this food is first offered to Bhagwan Sri Vishnu, vibrated, it gets purified. Even if a Chandal, lowest, and most miserable human being regularly worships Bhagwan Vishnu, he gets blessed with the Shakti to merit salvation for 1 crore human beings. A person who has no bhakti for Sri Hari cannot even maintain himself. Even unknowingly, if one receives an honors Naivedya that has been offered to Bhagwan Vishnu, he gets released from the sins of innumerable past lives. And those who know and receive the Naivedya with utmost reverence and respect, all their past sins are burnt to ashes. Indra, in arrogance and vanity, you have disrespected the sacred flowers Parijat, which are equal to an offering, and placed it on the head of your elephant. As a fruit of this action, Sri Lakshmi will abandon you and return to Bhagwan Sri Hari. I am a devotee of Bhagwan Narayan and I have no fear of Brahma or any of the Devas. I am not afraid of time, death or old age. In fact, I fear no one. Your father Prajapati Kashyap can do nothing to me. Devraj, your Guru Brihaspati is ineffective against my fearless nature. Look, only the one who wears these flowers is worthy of being offered puja. On hearing all this, Indra fell at the feet of Muni Durvasa. He was trembling with fear. Full of repentance and shame, he cried loudly. Indra said, Prabhu, it is right that you have put a curse on me to destroy all this Maya. I do not regret the loss of my wealth. Please give me counsel and advice on wisdom and divine knowledge. Money is the root of all evil. Aishwarya sows the seeds of discontent and misfortune. It covers pure knowledge and wisdom. It is for this reason that it is called the biggest hurdle and obstacle on the path of mukti. It causes disturbance and temptation at every step. The Muni said, Devraj, wealth is the ankur, germ of birth, death, old age, grief and sickness. A man gets blinded by wealth and cannot see the path to mukti. It makes one foolish and is more intoxicating than spirituous liquor. False friends and relations will stick to him like parasites. A man who is drunk with riches and power gets confused, his senses get dulled and perverted, he is overcome by vices, passion and anger. He loses sight of the path of spiritual ascent and becomes unfit and unsuitable for any spiritual practices. This blindness is also of two kinds, Rajasic and Tamasic. The one who is completely ignorant of the Shastras is called Tamasic, and the one who is acquainted with the scriptures and institutes of religion is called Rajasic. The Shastras throw light on two kinds of paths, Pravritti, attachment to worldly objects, and Nivritti, salvation. The first part is fraught with suffering and sorrow, but human beings step onto it freely, happily and without any hesitation, just like a bumblebee gets trapped in a pot of honey. This Pravritti mark is the root cause of birth, death, old age and destruction. A being, by his own actions, merits degrees of births in different yonis, class into which animate beings are divided, which are 84 lakhs. After that, by the grace of God, he gets a human birth with opportunities to associate with pious and saintly men. This satsang is the most precious vehicle for crossing the ocean of illusion and the flame which illuminates all the tattva. Among hundreds and even thousands, it is rare to find one pious and virtuous man who can guide humanity to the path of mukti. Only after this a person gets the desire in his heart and the strength to break the bondage of attachments and attractions. He still has to pass through many births doing punyas, tapasyas and renunciation. Then he comes on to the path of self-realization. This path is free of impediments and obstructions and is very joy-giving. Purandara, this knowledge that you wanted was given to me by my respected Guru. Brahman, upon hearing this discourse of Muni Durvasa, Indra felt the stirrings of detachment. Every day the desire for freedom from worldly attachments grew within him. He left the place and headed for his palace. Upon reaching his kingdom Amaravati, he found that it was overrun by asuras and daityas. All the devas were in distress. The situation was full of confusion and chaos. Families had been separated and near and dear ones were missing. There were enemies everywhere. Seeing this, Indra rushed to find Guru Brihaspati. He found him on the banks of Mandakini, sitting in meditation upon Parabrahma Paramatma. When he looked again, he was standing facing the sun and paying obeisance with Ganga Jal. Tears of joy were falling from his eyes. His body was shining and blissful. That great Dharmatma, full of gravity, honored by all men, respected by his peers, most superior of his race, ominous and forbidding to his enemies, Guru Brihaspati was chanting mantras. Devraj Indra watched him for 3 hours, and as soon as he got up from his meditation, he offered pranams. When the Guru acknowledged him, he fell at his feet and began to weep. He told him everything, including the curse that had been pronounced on him by sage Durvasa. Guru Brihaspati, the greatest and wisest of Gurus, replied. Brihaspati said, Purandar, do not despair. Listen to me. A statesman does not panic when calamity strikes. Because adversity and good fortune are fruits of actions, they are transient. Fortune and misfortune are the fruits of actions of previous births. And this rule governs all beings. There is not use in becoming disturbed and anxious. It is for experiencing these joys and sorrows that one assumes a gross body. It may take even 1 crore of years, but every action bears a fruit which has to be experienced. This is an absolute and unchangeable law which was given to Sri Brahma by Paramatma Bhagwan Sri Krishna and which is contained in the Samaveda. After all the fruits of all the actions are completely discharged, only then a being gets the privilege of a birth in Bharatvarsh. A person is always followed by the consequences of crores of actions in crores of births. Purandar, they stick on like shadows and never leave till all the payment is made. The different kinds of time, place and persons do have an influence on karmas. But just as a skilled potter uses pole, wheel, plate and rotation to mold his clay into a beautiful pot, so also God Almighty uses Karma Sutra, rules governing fate or destiny, in dispensing fruits of actions. Therefore Devraj, worship that Bhagwan Narayan at whose command the universe was created. In all the 3 worlds, he is the God of all gods, the master of all masters, the protector of all the protectors, creator of the creators, the destroying power of the destroyer, and the ruler of time. If a person who suffers a calamity or a misfortune just remembers Bhagwan Madhusudan, he sees only good in his situation and that becomes his good fortune. This advice has been given by none less than Bhagwan Shankar himself. Narad, saying this, the great Tattva Jnani Brihaspati ji embraced Indra. He blessed him and advised him. Chapter 9, Episodes 41-42. Bhagawati Lakshmi manifests from the ocean. Indra sings stutis and meditates on Devi Mahalakshmi. Bhagwan Narayan says, Narad, Devraj Indra meditated upon Bhagwan Sri Hari and then making Brihaspati ji their leader, he took all the Devas and proceeded to the assembly hall of Sri Brahma ji. They reached Brahmalok, had a darshan of Sri Brahma and offered obeisance. Then Dev Guru Brihaspati ji apprised Brahma of the situation in heaven. Brahma ji laughed and said, Vats, you belong to my clan. You have been endowed with great wisdom. You are my great grandson. You have a great guru like Brihaspati and you are the king of the Devas. The great Vishnu Bhakt Daksh Prajapati is your maternal grandfather. How can a person with such a pedigree get into ego? Because it is only if there is some flaw in father, maternal grandfather or guru that flaw has an influence and makes one a possible rebel against Bhagwan Sri Hari. This is a fact. The all-pervading Bhagwan Sri Hari resides in the body of all living things. The very instant that he departs the body dies. He is the Lord God and we are his dependents. I reside within all living beings as mind, the controller of senses. Shankar assumes the form of knowledge and resides within all beings. Bhagavati Sri Radha, beloved of Vishnu, presides as Prakriti. Buddhi, wisdom, is the form in which Durga resides within a being. Prakriti Devi resides within as hunger, sleep, and other forms. The reflection of the spirit is the soul. It is this soul which assumes a gross body. When Atma, spirit, who is the ruler of the body, gets ready to leave, then these others also prepare to leave, just like those accompanying a bridegroom. I myself, Seshnag, Vishnu, Dharm, Mahavirat and all of you are all paths and devotees of Bhagwan Sri Krishna. And you have insulted and disrespected the flowers that were offered to that same Lord Bhagwan Sri Krishna. The flowers that were used by Bhagwan Shiva to perform puja to the lotus feet of Sri Hari by some great good fortune came to be in the possession of Muni Durvasa and he in his benevolence gave it to you. But you did not give due honor and respect to it. Any person who bears on his head flowers that have dropped from the lotus feet of Bhagwan Sri Krishna is considered more superior than the gods and is worshipped first at any puja. The most powerful misfortune has played a trick on you. Because of your casual and disrespectful treatment of the puja flowers of Bhagwan Sri Krishna, Bhagavati Sri Devi has become upset and has abandoned you. Now you must come with Brihaspati and me to Vaikunth. I give you a boon that if you faithfully serve and worship Lakshmikant Bhagwan Sri Hari, you will again attain Devi Lakshmi. Narad, saying this, Brahmaji took all the gods with him and proceeded to Vaikunth. There he got a darshan of the eternal Parabrahma Bhagwan Sri Hari. The most effulgent Lord was ablaze with his own brilliance, brighter than 1,000 midday suns. He who has no beginning, middle or end was sitting in peace and glory. The four-armed Bhagwan Sri Hari was surrounded by his attendants and Bhagavati Saraswati. Bhagavati Ganga, complete with the four Vedas, was present in complete adoration and worship. Brahma and all the gods bowed in obeisance. They were filled with vibrations and feelings of awe and devotion. With tears of joy, they began to sing stutis in praise of Param Prabhu Bhagwan Sri Hari. Brahma, with bowed head and folded hands, narrated the situation, and the gods who had been deprived of their kingdom wept. They were overcome with fear and insecurity. They wore no ornaments and were deprived of their vahanas, conveyances. Shri had already departed from them, and now they were dull and listless. Seeing their sad plight, Bhagwan Sri Hari spoke to them. Bhagwan Sri Hari said, Brahman and all you gods, have no fear. As long as I am, nothing can happen to you. I will give you the most auspicious Devi Lakshmi, who will endow you with Aishwarya. But I want to first tell you some relevant facts upon which you must meditate. My words are the truth, for your benevolence, full of wisdom, and will bear good results. Just as the entire universe and all living things are under my control, so also I am under the control of my devotees. I can do nothing out of my own desire. If any faithful and sincere devotee of mine gets displeased with someone, then Lakshmi and I cannot abide near him. This is the absolute truth. The great and auspicious Muni Durvasa is an Ansh, partial manifestation of Shankar and a Vishnu Bhakt. He has boundless devotion to me. He has cursed you. Therefore, I have withdrawn with Lakshmi from your house, because where there is no sound of the conch, where Tulsi does not dwell, where Shankar is not worshipped, and where realized souls are not fed, there Lakshmi does not reside. Brahman and Devas, wherever my devotees are insulted or aggressed, their Mahalakshmi is filled with anger and rage, and she withdraws herself from that place. The person who does not worship me and who does not observe as holy the days of Ekadashi and Janmashtami, from the house of that foolish man, Lakshmi goes away. Where my name is sold, or the daughter of the house is sold, and where a realized soul is not fed, from that house my beloved Lakshmi gets upset and leaves. A person who is born of an adulteress or is the husband of an adulteress is called a great sinner. Lakshmi can never live in that house. The Brahmin who harnesses bulls can never be dear to Bhagawati Lakshmi. He who has an impure and unchaste heart, who is cruel, who criticizes and defames, and who is a murderer, Lakshmi is afraid to even drink water from his house. So she leaves that house. He who invites Shudras to his house to perform pujas, who eats the food of cowards, who unnecessarily uproots fragrant grass, who scratches and scrapes the earth with his nails, who is a pessimist, who eats his dinner at sunrise, who sleeps by day, who has sexual activities by day, who is devoid of morals and virtues. In such a foolish man's house, my beloved Lakshmi cannot abide, and she leaves. The ignorant and disgusting man who goes to bed with wet feet, or who goes to bed naked, who chatters incoherently and senselessly, from his house also Devi Lakshmi goes away. The one who rubs the oil of his head on the body of others, who keeps a musical instrument on his lap and plays it, causes Lakshmi to get angry and leave his house. The one who does not observe fasts, who does not pray at the prescribed times, and who does not worship Vishnu, from the house of such an unholy man, Devi Lakshmi definitely leaves. The man who insults realized souls, who aggresses them, and who indulges in killing, causes Jagat Janani Lakshmi to leave his house. But where the praises of Bhagwan Sri Hari are sung, where he is worshipped, there resides the bestower of auspiciousness and Aishwarya, the Devi Bhagawati Lakshmi. Pitamaha, in the places where Bhagwan Sri Krishna and his bhaktas are honored and praised, there presides his beloved Bhagawati Lakshmi. Where resounds the conch, and wherever reside Shankh, Shaligram and Tulsi, there will reside Bhagawati Lakshmi. Wherever puja is offered to Shivaling and where Durga Puja is performed, there resides the goddess Lakshmi. Where realized souls are honored and given food, where the gods are worshipped, there resides the lotus-eyed goddess Lakshmi. Narad, Bhagwan Sri Hari then spoke to Sri Lakshmi. He said, Devi, may it please you to use your powers and manifest as the daughter of Kshir Samudra, ocean of milk. Then Jagat Prabhu spoke to Brahma, Padmaj, you must churn the ocean. Lakshmi will manifest, and then you can give her to the Devatas. Muni, after this, Kamalkant Bhagwan Sri Hari removed himself from their presence. The gods began their journey to Kshir Sagar. All the Devas and the Daityas had gathered for the churning. They used the mountain Mandarachal as the churning stick, Kachap, tortoise, as the vessel, and Seshnag as the rope, and began to churn the Kshir Sagar. As the fruits of their action, they received from the ocean Dhanvantari, divine physician, Amrut, ambrosia, Uchchay Shrava, the white horse of the sun, countless gems, Airavat, the most excellent elephant, Lakshmi, Sudarshan Chakra, and one mala, garland of wild flowers, as the most priceless gifts. Muni, then the greatest devotee of Bhagwan Vishnu, Sadhvi Sri Lakshmi, placed the one mala on the neck of Sarveshwar Sri Hari. Then, after puja was performed by the Devas, Brahma and Shankar, she just spread her glance over the abode of the gods. In that instant, the Devas got released from the curse of Muni Durvasa and regained possession of Devlok from the Daityas. The Devas became happy and prosperous again. Just by hearing this story, one can receive all the joys and happiness in life. Now, what else would you like to hear? Naradji said, Prabhu, you have told me the most auspicious and joy-giving description of the qualities of Bhagwan Sri Hari, the highest spiritual knowledge, and the story of Bhagawati Lakshmi. Now please teach me about meditation and stotras. Bhagwan Narayan says, Narad, it happened a long time ago. Devraj Indra took a holy bath on the shores of Kshir Sagar. He wore 2 new clothes, installed a kalash and performed puja to 6 gods. They were Ganesh, Surya, Agni, Vishnu, Shiva and Durga. After worshipping them with perfumes, flowers and other precious substances, Indra respectfully recited the Avahan, inviting Aishwarya Swarupini Bhagawati Mahalakshmi. Then he performed the puja as taught to him by his Purohit Brihaspati and guided by Brahmaji. Muni, at that time, in that sacred place, presided Munis, Brahmans, Gurudev, Sri Hari, Dev Vrind, assembly of gods, and the embodiment of knowledge and bliss, Bhagwan Shankar. Narad, for the worship of Bhagawati Mahalakshmi, Indra offered Parijat flowers dipped in sandalwood paste. He meditated upon her in the way that was taught to Brahmaji by Bhagwan Sri Hari. I am going to tell you that dhyan. Listen carefully. Param Pujya Bhagawati Mahalakshmi presides and reigns over the 1,000-petal lotus of Sahasrara. Her supreme brilliance is more dazzling and overshadows than the light of a crore of Sharad Purnimas. This supremely chaste and virtuous Devi is illuminated by her own lustre and glory. Her darshan grants boundless joy and bliss. When she manifests, she is of the form of glowing molten gold. Gem-studded jewels and ornaments adore her. She is robed in golden yellow. This most pleasing Bhagawati Mahalakshmi has a most beautiful smile on her face. She is eternally youthful. She graciously grants wealth and well-being. I worship Kalyan Swarupini Bhagawati Mahalakshmi. Narad, after meditating thus, Indra performed puja of the goddess Bhagawati Mahalakshmi, and as taught by Brahma, he offered 16 kinds of precious materials. For each substance that he offered, he chanted the appropriate mantra with the deepest bhakti and shraddha. All ingredients were offered in abundance. The puja mantras are like this. Bhagawati Mahalakshmi, be pleased to accept this gem-studded asan which has been crafted by the master Vishwakarma. O Kamalalaya, this is pure and holy Gangajal which all desire to pour on their heads. Everyone desires to have it. It is blazing fire for burning the wood of sins. Please accept this sacred water for washing your lotus feet. Padmavasini, be pleased to sip this arghya, Gangajal, on a tray decorated with conch, flowers, chandan and durva grass. O beloved of Hari, please accept this fragrant oil perfumed with flowers and this sweet smelling amlaki powder. These garments are woven from the finest cotton and silk. Be pleased to accept them. O Devi, these golden ornaments studded with precious gemstones are being offered to adorn you. Sri Krishna Kante, the resin from the trees have been dried and mixed with fragrant ingredients. Please accept this holy dhoop. This pleasing and most exquisitely perfumed sandalwood is offered at your lotus feet. Be pleased to accept it. Sureshwari, kindly accept this burning deep which is benevolent to the eyes of the world and which dispels darkness. Devi, this Naivedya has been prepared with tasty and delicious ingredients. It is rich and sweet. Be pleased to accept it. Devi, these food grains are believed to be Brahma Swarup. It is the sustenance of the world. It satiates hunger and thirst. Be pleased to accept this. Mahalakshmi, the sweet delicacy has been prepared from sugar, ghee, and agahani rice harvested in the 9th month. Be pleased to accept it. There is a most delicious sweet called swastik made from ghee and sugar. Be pleased to accept it. O eternal Devi, be pleased to accept these ripe fruits and the sweet milk from the sacred cow Surabhi. O Devi, this is jaggery made by cooking sugarcane juice over the fire. Be pleased to accept it. Devi, the powder of jawar and wheat has been mixed with jaggery and ghee and cooked over fire. Be pleased to accept it. O Kamale, be pleased to accept this fan and this pure white whisk to disperse divine cool breeze. Be pleased to accept this betel leaf rolled with camphor and fragrant ingredients. Devi, be pleased to accept this Sheetal Jal, which quenches the thirst and wets the parched lips of the world. O Devi, this garland has been threaded with the most beautiful and most fragrant flowers of all the seasons. Be pleased to accept it. Krishna Kante, this most odoriferous, exquisitely perfumed, auspicious sandal paste is offered at your lotus feet. Be pleased to accept it. This holy Tirth Jal, which is itself pure and which purifies all that it touches, is offered as Achaman. Be pleased to accept it. O Devi, this seat, studded with precious gems, covered in rich cloths and decorated with flowers and sandalwood garlands, is offered at your lotus feet. Be pleased to accept it. Not only these, but every precious ingredient in the world is placed at your lotus feet. Be pleased, O Devi, to accept it. Muni, Devraj Indra chanted all these prescribed puja mantras and offered all precious ingredients to Bhagawati Mahalakshmi. Then with great bhakti and shraddha, innocent joy, he recited the great Moola mantra 10 lakh times and obtained the fruit of mantra siddhi, where mantras become effective. This Moola mantra is like a kalpa vriksha for everyone, a tree which yields everything desired. This had been given to him by the grace of Brahmaji. The mantra is to be said in the following way. First, the seed of Shri, which is Shrim, seed of Maya, Hrim, seed of Kam, Klim, and seed of Vani, Aim. Then add Kamala Vasinyai and last Swaha. Om Shrim Hrim Klim Aim Kamala Vasinyai Swaha. This is Mantra Raj, which was used by Kuber to praise and worship Bhagawati Mahalakshmi. As a fruit, he received Aishwarya. It was by this efficacy of this mantra that Daksha Savarni, the 8th Manu, got the title of emperor, and Mangal became the ruler of the 7 islands. It also granted for Priyavrat, sage Uttanpad, and Raja Kedar the title of Rajendra, emperor. When Indra succeeded in getting mantra siddhi, Bhagawati Mahalakshmi gave him a darshan. Varadayini, bestower of boons, Devi Mahalakshmi was seated in a vehicle encrusted with precious gems. Prithvi, with her 7 islands, was pervaded by her brilliance. Her Shri Vigraha, divine form, was as white as the champa flower. Precious jewels and ornaments increased her beauty. She had a smile on her face and was waiting to grant boons to her devotees. The necklace of diamonds got added lustre by being on her divine neck. She glowed like countless moons. Seeing and beholding this tranquil and peaceful aspect of the creatrix of the universe, Indra started singing stutis. His whole being was thrilled with vibrations. His eyes were filled with tears of joy, and his hands were folded in obeisance. By the grace of Brahmaji, he knew the crowning glory of stutis, and with these he began to praise the great goddess. Devraj Indra said, "Obeisance to Bhagavati Kamalavasini, salutations again and again to Devi Narayani. 1,000 pranams to Krishna Priya Bhagawati Mahalakshmi. Obeisance to the Devi Bhagawati Mahalakshmi, whose face is like a lotus and whose eyes are like lotus petals. Salutations again and again to Bhagawati Mahalakshmi, who is also called as Padmasana, Padmini and Vaishnavi. Obeisance to Sarva Sampat Swarupini, embodiment of wealth, and Sarva Aradhya, most worshipful Devi. Salutations again and again to the Devi who inspires bhakti to Bhagwan Sri Hari and who grants joy to her devotees. O bejeweled lotus, O Shobhane, you dwell on the Vakshasthal, breast of Bhagwan Sri Krishna, and become the cause of all actions. Your form is as the beautiful moon. I offer you pranams again and again. I offer pranams to the greatest of goddesses, Mahadevi. I offer pranams to Vriddhiswarupa, wisdom, Bhagavati, who bestows wisdom on her devotees. O Devi, you preside as Mahalakshmi in Vaikunt, as Lakshmi in Kshir Sagar, ocean of milk, as Rajya Lakshmi in the palaces of kings, as Swarga Lakshmi in heaven, as Griha Lakshmi in households, as Surabhi in the seas, and as Dakshina in Yagyas. You are Aditi, mother of the Devatas. You are called Kamala and Kamalalaya. The Swaha, which is uttered during Havya, and Swada, uttered during oblations to ancestors, are your divine names. It is you who supports and sustains the creation in the form of Prithvi. O Devi, who are constantly engaged in the worship of Bhagwan Narayan, your form is pure and pleasing. There is not even an iota of anger or violence within you. You are called as Varada, Sharada, Shubha, Paramarthada and Haridasya Prada, the giver of boons, pure knowledge, auspiciousness, salvation and a place in the service of Sri Hari. When you withdraw your presence, the earth and the whole creation loses its essences and becomes as worthless as ashes. In your absence, all living things become lifeless and limp. You are the universal mother of all life forms, and their bonding is a sign of your presence. It is only by your grace that one gets dharma, arth, kam and moksha. Just as a baby depends on its mother for nourishment, so also the whole creation is dependent on you for the fulfillment of their desires. A child may survive without his mother, but without you, O Devi, the universe cannot exist. This is the absolute truth. O Ambike, it is your nature to be easily pleased. Therefore, be pleased with me. My kingdom is in the hands of my enemies. By your grace, I desire that it is restored to me. O Haripriye, till I had the good fortune to have your darshan, I was devoid of friends and relations, a beggar, and minus my kingdom and possessions. But now, I know that I will receive pure knowledge, dharma, auspiciousness, dignity, power, majesty, Aishwarya, valor and victory over enemies. Narad, after this prayer, Devraj, Indra and all the gods bowed in obeisance to Bhagawati Mahalakshmi. Their eyes were filled with tears of joy and love. Then, even the deities, Brahma, Shankar, Seshnag, Dharm and Keshav interceded for them. This pleased the Devi and she granted a boon to the Devas and offered a garland of divine flowers to Sri Krishna. All the Devatas returned to their abodes and Sri Mahalakshmi took her place beside Bhagwan Sri Hari. Muni, Brahma and Shankar also blessed the Devas and returned to their respective abodes. This stotra is most sacred and powerful. If recited 3 times a day, it can grant auspiciousness and royal dignity of an emperor like Kuber. For human beings, it has to be sung 5 lakh times to become effective. One who sings it continuously for a month receives great Aishwarya and blessings. There is no doubt in this. Chapter 9, Episodes 43 and 44. Description of Swaha and Swada, Meditation, Puja procedure and Stotras. Naradji said, Prabhu, Narayan, as you are completely endowed with form, attributes, glory, splendor and effulgence, for me, you are Sakshat Bhagwan Narayan. Muni, you are verily the greatest among the learned, the saints, the yogis, the tapasvis, and the scholars of the Vedas. By your grace, I have received the knowledge of the story of Mahalakshmi. If you consider me worthy, please describe to me Bhagawati Swaha, Bhagawati Swada, and Bhagawati Dakshina, and also tell me their importance. Sutji says, O Munis, hearing Narad, Munivar Narayan smiled and began his narration of an ancient story. Bhagwan Narayan says, Muni, this happened during the creation. The Devatas were not receiving any food or nourishment. So they went first to the abode of Brahma and prayed to him for sustenance. Brahma assured them that arrangements would be made for them to receive a share of all offerings made by Brahmins during their havans. And for this entitlement, Brahma began to sing stutis to Bhagwan Sri Vishnu. Naradji asked, Muni, by his powers, Bhagwan Sri Hari has manifested as Yagya. What happens to the Havi, offerings, that are put into the Yagya? Bhagwan Narayan says, Munivar, the offerings that were made by the Brahmins and Kshatriyas were not passing on to the Devatas. It is for this reason that they became sad and went to Brahma Sabha to complain that they were starving. Hearing this, Brahmaji meditated with his attention on the lotus feet of Bhagwan Sri Krishna. He advised Brahma to worship Bhagavati Mool Prakriti, By her power of Bhagawati Bhuvaneshwari, she manifested as the Sarva Shakti Swarupini Bhagavati Swaha. Her form was dusky and she had a smile on her beautiful face. In her great compassion, she appeared before Brahma and said, Padmayone, ask for a boon. Brahmaji was astounded. Then he said, O beautiful Devi, be pleased to become the consuming property of Agni. Without this Agni, it is unable to reduce to ashes the ahutis, offerings which are put into the Havan. With your grace, when the person making the offering utters Swaha, it will immediately be received by the Devatas. O Ambike, please accept to become the Griha Swamini of Agni. The Devatas and humans will forever worship you. Bhagavati Swaha became sad. Bhagavati Swaha said, Brahman, I desire to do tapasya and worship to Bhagwan Shri Krishna for eternity. Everything that is separate from Bhagwan Shri Krishna is as transient and unreal as a dream. You take care of the creation. Shankar has gained victory over death. Seshnag supports the universe. Wise and holy men have attained pure knowledge. Ganesh has the distinction of being worshipped first at all pujas, and Prakriti Devi is universally worshipped. All these are fruits of worshipping Bhagwan Shri Krishna. It is my sole desire to meditate upon and worship the lotus feet of Param Prabhu Bhagwan Shri Krishna. Saying this, the lotus-faced Devi Swaha left. She performed tapasya and meditation upon Bhagwan Shri Krishna for many years, standing on one foot. Then she got a darshan of Parabrahma Shri Krishna. She swooned at the radiance of the Lord because she had not had a darshan for a very long time and her tapasya had made her weak. The all-knowing Bhagwan Shri Krishna lifted her up and made her sit near him. Bhagwan Shri Krishna said, Kante, you will become my beloved in my Varaha Kalp, boar incarnation. You will be born as the daughter of Raja Nagnajit and you will be called Nagnajiti. But for the present, manifest your Dahika Shakti, energy which burns and consumes, and become the wife of Agni. By my grace, you will become the essence of the mantras and accept the pujas. Agnidev will make you his Griha Swamini and offer pujas to you. Narad, after this, Bhagwan Shri Krishna removed himself from that place. Then, as per his command, Agnidev came to that place and began to meditate upon Jagat Janani Bhagavati, Mother of the Universe. He sang stutis and performed puja. The amidst chanting of mantras, the marriage ceremony was performed between Bhagavati Swaha and Agnidev. They lived happily in a secluded place for 100 years. During this time, Devi Swaha became with child, which she carried for 12 years. Then 5 sons were born to her, Dakshinagni, Gaharpatyagni, Avahani Yagni and others. Then the rishis, munis, brahmins and kshatriyas and all other classes began to chant mantras ending with Swaha when putting offerings into the havans, and the devatas began receiving their nourishment. Even the mere chanting of Swaha at the end of a mantra began to yield the desired fruits. Just as one despises a snake without venom, a Brahmin ignorant of the Vedas, a woman who dishonors her husband, a man who has no spiritual knowledge, and a barren tree, so also a mantra without the power of Swaha is scorned. If such mantras are used during Havan, it does not bear fruit. All the Brahmins were happy and the Devatas began to get their sustenance. Muni, I have told you everything which concerns Bhagavati Swaha. This is a secret story which grants joy and moksha to those who are fortunate to hear it. Now, what else would you like to know? Naradji said, Prabhu, Munishwar, please tell me about the puja, meditation and stotras with which Agni Devata worshipped Bhagavati Swaha. Bhagwan Narayan says, Brahmin, Munivar, I will tell you the meditation, stotras and pujas to Bhagavati Swaha as written in the Samaveda. Be attentive and listen carefully. In order to get the fruits of a Havan, the proper procedure should be followed. First of all, the Shalgram should be worshipped and Kalash Puja should be performed to Bhagavati Swaha. One should meditate thus. Devi Swaha is the embodiment of all mantras. Her divine form is Mantra Siddhi Swarup, that which makes mantras effective. In her compassion, she gives fulfillment, auspiciousness and desired fruits. Muni, when one meditates in this way and worships her lotus feet with offerings and stotras, he receives all that he desires. The Mool mantra is Om Hreem Shreem Vanhi Jayaye Devyaye Swaha. And whoever does puja to Bhagavati Swaha using this mantra gets all the fruits that he desires. These are the 16 holy names of Bhagavati Swaha as pronounced by Agnidev. Swaha, Vanhi Priya, Vanhi Jaya, Santoshkarini, Shakti, Kriya, Aladatri, Paripakarini, Dhruva, Gati, Nardahika, Dahan Kshama, Sansar Sarupa, Ghor Sansar Tarini, Dev Jivan Rupa and Dev Poshan Karini, meaning energy which digests, fond of fire, spouse of Agni, cause of satisfaction, energy, action, generous one who assimilates, constancy, movement, ensures burning, the flame of the fire, who embellishes the world, the deliverer, embodiment of divine life, causes nourishment to reach the gods. Whosoever reads these names gets all his desires fulfilled in this world and the next. Nothing will remain unfinished. All his auspicious works will be completed. By the power of these 16 names, a childless person will beget a child and a single person will get a faithful husband or wife. Bhagwan Narayan says, Muni, now I will tell you everything about Bhagavati's Swadha. Listen carefully. This story enhances the benefits which the ancestors receive when offerings are made in their name. Sri Brahma, the creator, at the time of creation, made offerings for 7 generations of ancestors. 4 of them presided in corporeal bodies and 3 manifested as light. At that time, the Shraddha procedures were formulated. It is written in the Shrutis that the duties of a Brahmin enjoin ritual bath, tarpan, offering of water to the mains, Shraddha, offering of food, Dev Pujan, Puja to the Devas, and Trikal Sandhya, praying 3 times a day. A Brahmin who neglects to do any of these should be shunned like a serpent. Narad, any man who avoids worshipping the Devi and who eats food without first offering it to God remains unholy and impure till the end of his life. He forfeits the right to perform auspicious acts. Brahmaji laid down all the rules and procedures for propitiating the mains and went away. But nothing was reaching the Devas and ancestors. So in great distress, they all went to the assembly hall of Brahma and told him of their plight. Then Brahma mentally created a maiden. She shone with the luster of 100 moons and was in the bloom of youth. She was endowed with qualities, knowledge, intelligence and beauty, and a complexion as far as a white champa. She wore dazzling ornaments. This Devi, who was a partial manifestation of Bhagavati Jagadamba, was smiling. Her name was Svadha. She had all the auspicious qualities of Bhagawati Lakshmi. She was standing on a lotus. Her face and eyes were like a newly bloomed lotus. She was given as a bride to the ancestors because of her quality of granting satisfaction. Brahma also gave the secret knowledge to the Brahmins to add the word Svadha to their mantras while making offerings to appease the ancestors. Thus, when making offerings to the Devas, one must pronounce Swaha at the end of the mantras, and when making offerings to the ancestors, one must pronounce Svadha at the end of the mantras. At that time, all the Devatas, forefathers, Brahmins, Munis and human beings all offered puja and stutis to Shant Swarupini Bhagavati Svadha. She granted them the boon of appeasement and satisfaction. All their desires were fulfilled. Muni, I have placed before you the entire story of Bhagavati Svadha, which grants appeasement and satisfaction to all who hear it. Now what would you like to hear? Naradji said, O Mahamuni, you are the highest knower of the Vedas. Please tell me the correct way to meditate, perform puja and sing stutis to Bhagavati Svadha. Bhagwan Narayan says, Brahman, the dhyan and stavan, meditation and stotras of Devi Svadha are most auspicious. Worship of Bhagavati Svadha and Shraddh should be performed during Magha Nakshatra, 10th star, on the 13th day of the dark fortnight in the month of Ashwin. The egoistical Brahmin who does not perform puja to Devi Svadha before the Shraddh, his offerings and performance have no meaning and come to naught. This Devi Svadha is a mentally created daughter of Brahmaji and presides as satisfaction and appeasement at all times. The forefathers offer puja to her. It is by her grace that they get release. I worship Devi Svadha. The Shalgram and the holy Kalash should be worshipped and the Devi should be invited for the puja. Then while uttering the Mool Mantra, offerings of water for washing the feet and other precious offerings should be made during the puja. The Mool Mantra is Om Hreem Shreem Kleem Svada Devyai Swaha. O Brahmaputra, wise one, Narad, now hear the stotra. It grants fulfillment of all desires. In ancient times, it was sung by Brahmaji himself. Bhagwan Narayan says, Narad, the mere utterance of Svadha makes one as clean as if he has bathed in a holy place, Tirthsthan. He gets cleansed of all his sins and becomes entitled to the fruits of the Vajpaya Yagya, the last of the 5 sacrifices enjoined in the Vedas. Swada, Swada, Swada. If one utters this 3 times, he gets the fruits of offering Shraddh, sacrifice and water. During Shraddh, if a person recites stotras with great bhakti, he receives all the fruits. There is no doubt in this. The person who utters Swadha, Swadha, Swadha 3 times in a day gets blessed with a faithful wife endowed with Grihalakshmi qualities and many obedient sons. O Devi, you are the giver of life to the ancestors and happiness to the Brahmins. You are the ruling deity of Shraddh. It is only by your grace that one gets the fruit of Shraddh and Tarpan. O virtuous one, your form is eternal, truth and auspicious. You manifest at the time of creation and become concealed during the annihilation. I offer obeisance to you, who are verily Pranav, Swasti, Swaha, Swada and Dakshinamayi, giver of boons. You have taken form to realize the fruits mentioned in the Vedas. For the fulfillment of actions, your 4 forms have been created. Brahmaji gave all these descriptions of Devi Swada and sat on his throne. Then Devi Swada manifested in his presence. He gave her to the ancestors as their wife. They were gratified and filled with joy. This is the pure and chaste stotra of Bhagavati Swada. The one who cleanses his mind and sings this stotra with full attention is considered to have bathed in all the holy places, Tirth Sthans. All his desires get fulfilled. Chapter 9, Episode 45 Manifestation of Devi Dakshina, Procedures for Puja, Meditation and Stotras, Benefits of listening to this story. Bhagwan Narayan says, Muni, I have just told you the divine stories of Bhagavati Swaha and Bhagavati Swada. Now, I am going to tell you about Bhagavati Dakshina. Be alert and listen carefully. This happened in ancient times. Bhagwan Shri Krishna had a favorite gopi Sushila in Golok. She had the privilege of being the main attendant of Sri Radha. The gopi was very accomplished and beautiful. She was as auspicious as Lakshmi. She had all the qualities of a good wife. She was endowed with the accomplishments of artistry, delicate body, lustre, eyes like lotus petals, narrow waist, shapely breasts, youth and slender ornamented arms. Her happy face was always shining with joy. Her beauty was accentuated with jeweled ornaments. Her complexion was like a freshly bloomed lotus. Her lips were as red as the bimba fruit and her eyes were like a doe. She had the graceful gait of a swan. She was well versed in the Shastras. Bhagwan Shri Krishna loved her and she responded as per his moods. One day, Parameshwari Sri Radha said to Sushila, From today, you must not come to Golok. From that moment, Sri Krishna could not be seen in Golok. The goddess of the gods, Sri Radha, began to call out to the Lord of the Ras, Bhagwan Shri Krishna, but he did not give her his darshan. Every moment of separation, seemed like a crore of yugas to Sri Radha. She began to pray, Shri Krishna, Shyam Sundar, you are my life. I love you more than my life. Please come to me immediately. You are the ruler of my life. Without you, this life cannot exist. A woman desires only her husband's well-being. Her happiness lies only in his presence. A woman must be occupied only in the service of her husband. For a virtuous wife, her husband is the embodiment of friend, God, protector, wealth and love. A wife who is faithful to her husband receives from his dharmas perpetual happiness, love, affection, peace and honor. For a wife, her husband is the whole world. By his kindness, relations and friends increase. He is not only a husband but also a friend. He is a provider, protector and fulfills all requirements and is called by various names as Bharta, Pati, Swami and Kant. For giving companionship, he is called Bandhu. For giving affection, he is called Priya. For giving status and Aishwarya, he is called Ish. For being master of her life, he is called Pran Nayak. And for giving pleasure, he is called Raman. Thus, for a chaste woman, her whole world centers around her husband. He is the one who gives her sons, but her husband is dearer to her than 100 sons. She never swerves from these sentiments. A woman of low class and morals never understands the implications of this dharma. Great importance is given to ritual baths in holy places, alms giving at yagyas, perambulating the earth, various kinds of tapasya, fasts, acts of charity and serving the gurus, devatas and brahmins. But all these are not 1/16th as important as spending life in the service of one's husband. Guru, Brahmin and Devata all are important. But for a faithful wife, her husband is her Guru. Just as a giver of knowledge becomes a Guru for a man, a husband becomes a Guru for his wife. Bhagwan, you are the Supreme Lord of countless Gopas and Gopis for all the planetary systems and their life forms. The jurisdiction that I command from earth to all the creation to Golok has been granted to me by your grace. These womanly traits never go. That is why I fail to realize your nature and keep lapsing into mistakes. Please forgive me. In this way, Bhagavati Radha began to meditate upon Bhagwan Shri Krishna. Tears of love fell from her eyes. She kept calling Nath, Nath. The absence of the Lord made her very sad and she pleaded, Prabhu, please be kind and give me a darshan soon. Immediately, Shri Krishna appeared and calmed her grief. Muni, that is the time when the Gopi Sushila, who had been banned from Golok by Sri Radha, left that place and manifested as Devi Dakshina. It happened like this. After doing severe tapasya, she got absorbed into the divine form of Bhagawati Lakshmi. In ancient times, despite severe penances and tapasya, the fruits were not reaching the devatas from the yagyas. So they took their cause to Brahmaji. After hearing their prayer, Brahmaji meditated on Jagat Prabhu Bhagwan Shri Hari. After meditating for a long time, he got divine direction. Bhagwan Narayan himself, removed from the form of Mahalakshmi, the mortal Lakshmi, gave her the name Dakshina and gave her to Brahmaji. For the successful completion of yagyas, Devi Dakshina was given as a bride to Yajna Purush. This made Yajna Purush very happy. He performed puja and sang stutis to Bhagawati Dakshina. Her complexion was like molten gold. She shone with the luster of a crore of moons. Her form was most pleasing to behold. Her large eyes were like lotus petals. As she manifested from out of Bhagawati Lakshmi, she was seated on a lotus. She wore divine garments. Her lips were as red as the bimba fruit. She had braided her hair with garlands of malati flowers. She wore rich ornaments and had a smile on her face. On her forehead was a tilak in the shape of a crescent moon, made out of paste of chandan and kasturi. At the parting of her hair was a bindi of red sindoor. Then, as per the direction from Brahmaji, Yajna Purush married her with proper rites and ceremonies. After 12 celestial years, Devi Dakshina gave birth to a beautiful son. He was endowed with a nature of granting fruits as soon as an action was completed. Wise and learned men say that Bhagwan Yajna, Devi Dakshina, and their son Phal, fruit, are pleased, then one receives the fruits of his actions. Narad, in this way everyone began to receive the fruits of their actions by the grace of Yajna Purush, Devi Dakshina, and son Phaldata. All the devatas were very pleased and returned to their abodes. I heard this story from Dharmdev himself. Therefore, it is very important that the host of a yajna should immediately, on completion of the act of yajna, give the dakshina to the Brahmins. Only then the fruit is received. This is clearly enjoined in the Vedas. If, due to ignorance or by some quirk of fate, one fails to give dakshina, as soon as the yajna is completed, the debt keeps doubling and all the good actions of the host gets nullified. One who deprives a Brahmin of this right to sustenance becomes unholy and loses the right to perform auspicious actions. As a fruit, he gets misfortune and disease. Lakshmi pronounces a terrifying curse and leaves his house. Ancestors refuse any offerings made by him. Even the gods do not accept his pujas or offerings made in a havan. While doing a yajna, if the host only shows the dakshina but does not give it, and the Brahmin does not ask for dakshina, then both fall into a hell like a pot which falls into a well when the rope breaks. Now, I have told you all the secrets. What else would you like to hear? Naradji said, Muni, who pays for the fruits of an action without dakshina. Also tell me how Yajna Purush offered puja to Devi Dakshina. Bhagwan Narayan says, Muni, without dakshina there can be no fruit because fruits are produced only from acts which include dakshina. Muni, yajnas without dakshina go into the belly of Bali. A long time ago, this arrangement for the nourishment for Bali was made by Bhagwan Vaman, dwarf incarnation. Whatever is offered in Shraddh by a man who is ignorant of the Vedas or a man who has no devotion goes as food for Bali. Puja offerings made by Brahmins who interact with Shudras, lowest caste, impure and unchaste Brahmins, men who do not honor Sadgurus, all the offerings made by such people becomes the food of Bali. There is no doubt in this. Muni, the procedures for meditation, puja and stotras to Bhagavati Dakshina are laid out in the Kanvashaka, written by Rishi Kanva, who fostered Shakuntala. I am going to tell you all this. Listen with full attention. A long time ago, when Bhagavati Dakshina was given to Yagya Purush, he was enchanted by her divine beauty. He began to sing her praises. Yagya Purush said, O most fortunate one, in ancient times you were a gopi in Golok. Among gopis you were the best. You were companion to Radha. Sri Krishna loved you. On the occasion of Kartik Purnima, celebrations were held in honor of Radha. Due to some reason, you manifested from the right shoulder of Bhagawati Mahalakshmi. For this reason, you are called Dakshina. O Shobhane, before this event, you were called Sushila because of your amiable nature. Because of a curse pronounced on you by Sri Radha, you had to leave Golok. You manifested as Devi Dakshina, and I had the good fortune to receive you as my wife. O virtuous one, be pleased to accept me as your Swami. You are verily the Devi who can grant fruits of actions. Without you, all yagyas performed in the world will be fruitless. In your absence, there is no dignity in good deeds. If you are not present, Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh, the Dikpals, and all the Devas are unable to grant fruits and boons. Brahma is the doer. Shankar is said to be the fruit. And I, Vishnu, have manifested as the yagya. In all this, you are the essence. The giver of fruit and boons, Parabrahma and Nirgun Bhagavati Prakriti, and Bhagwan Shri Krishna himself require your cooperation. Kante, you are my Shakti. O pious one, stay by my side in every life and I will offer my support in all your activities. This pleased Bhagavati Dakshina, and she appeared before him and accepted him as her husband. This is the stotra to Bhagavati Dakshina. If any person performing a yagya sings this stotra, he receives all the fruits of the yagya. There is no doubt in this. If this stotra is sung at the beginning of any yagya, it removes all obstacles and bhadas. This is the absolute truth. Now listen to the meditation and puja procedure. After installing the shalgram and kalash, Devi Dakshina is to be invited, Avahan. The meditation is to be done thus. This Devi Dakshina, who has manifested from the right shoulder of Bhagawati Lakshmi, is verily a part of Kamala. It is her nature to grant fruits of all yagyas and sacrifices. She is the embodiment of the Shakti of Bhagwan Vishnu. Everyone has prayed to her. I worship that Devi Dakshina, who is also called Shubha, Shuddhida, Shuddhirupa, and Sushila. Narad, after meditating thus, the puja should be performed to Vardhaini Devi by uttering the Mool Mantra and offering water to wash the feet, water for sipping, and all other precious materials. The mantra is Om Shreem Kleem Hreem Dakshinayai Swaha. Brahman, I have told you the meditation and puja procedure for Bhagavati Dakshina. This grants happiness and fulfillment and fruits of all auspicious actions. All persons living in Bharatvarsh who listen to this story with attention and Shraddha will be successful and nothing will remain incomplete. The childless man will have a virtuous son. One who is single will be blessed with a wife who has qualities of Devi Sushila. His clan will grow and his progeny will be wise endowed with Nirmal Vidya, prosper and have good house and land, and good friends and relations. In troubled times, if one listens to this narration for 1 month, all his troubles will end. There is no doubt in this. Chapter 9, Episode 46, Meditation, Puja and Stotra to Devi Shashti. Naradji said, Prabhu, Bhagawati Shashti, Mangal Chandika and Devi Manasa are said to be manifestations of Devi Prakriti. Please tell me about their manifestations. Bhagwan Narayan says, Muni, because she manifested from the 6th part of Devi Prakriti, she is called as Shashti Devi. She presides over children and is also called Vishnumaya and Balada. Among the Matrikas, 7 goddesses, she is called Devsena. This most virtuous Devi is the wife of Swami Kartikeya. He loves her more than life. It is her nature to give long life to children, protect them and nourish them. This Siddhiyog Devi, by her powers of yoga, always abides with children. Brahman, in addition to the puja procedure, I will also tell you a most sacred story which grants the boon of getting children. I have heard this from Dharmdev himself. There was a king called Priyavrat. His father was Swayambhu Manu. Priyavrat was a yogi and did not want to get married. He enjoyed his tapasya. But as commanded by Brahma, he got married. Muni, for many years, he had no child. Then Kashyap ji made him perform the Putroshti Yagya for a child. The wife of this king was Malini. Muni Kashyap gave her charu, oblation, and she consumed it. In due time, she gave birth to a son whose body was golden colored. But unfortunately, the child was born dead. All who saw this began to weep. The mother of the child fainted from grief. Muni, Raja Priyavrat took the body of his child to the cremation ground. He held it close to his chest and tears poured from his eyes. Just then he saw a celestial vehicle moving in the air. It was made of precious stones and gems and draped in rich clothes. It was decorated with artistic pictures and hung with garlands of flowers. Seated in this celestial chariot was a most beautiful Devi. Her complexion was like the petals of a white champa flower. She was smiling in a compassionate and benevolent manner, ready to grant any desire. She embodied generosity and mercy in her person. Raja Priyavrat placed his child on the earth and began to worship the Devi with stutis. This greatly pleased the beloved of Skanda, Shashti Devi, and her form began to shine like the midday sun. Seeing that the Devi was prasanna, pleased, the king said, Sushobhane, Kante, Suvrate, Vararohe, who are you? Who is your lord and whose daughter are you? You are most worthy of honor and worship. Narad, this Devi who gives auspiciousness to the earth and who helps the gods on the battlefield was Bhagawati Devsena herself. In ancient times, when the Devas were defeated by the Daityas, this Devi herself became an army and defeated the Daityas. Since then, she is called Devsena. She began to speak. Bhagavati Devsena said, Rajan, I am the daughter of Brahma, born of his mind. I rule on earth as Devsena. After creating me, Brahmaji gave me to Swami Kartikeya. I am the foremost among the Matrikas. I am the chaste wife of Skanda. Having manifested from the sixth part of Mool Prakriti, I am also called Shashti. By my grace, a childless person gets a child, a lonely person gets a companion, a poor man gets riches, and an illustrious man receives the fruits of his actions. Rajan, happiness, sorrow, fear, grief, auspiciousness, prosperity, and misfortune are all proportionate to one's actions. By one's own doing, one either has many children or none at all. Some have children who live long and some have dead children. This is also the effect of action. The cause of being virtuous, disabled, having many wives, having no wife, good-looking, deceased, or dharmic is only due to one's actions. It is actions or karmas which determine obstacles and hindrances and also auspiciousness and good health. Therefore, Rajan, karma is very powerful. This is also mentioned in the Shrutis. Muni, after this, the Devi lifted the child and playing with it brought it back to life. The king saw his child bright and alive and shining like gold. Then the Devi prepared to leave. But before that, she told him some auspicious actions as are enjoined in the Vedas. Devi said, You are the son of Swayambhuv Manu. You rule the Trilokis. Ensure that pujas are offered to me, and you yourself also offer puja to me. Then I will give you a son with a face like a lotus. His name will be Suvrat. He will be possessed of all good qualities and wisdom. He will be a partial incarnation of Bhagwan Narayan, and he will be a great yogi. He will have a memory of his past birth. Among Kshatriyas, he will be great and will perform the Ashwamedha Yajna. He will be honored by all. He will be so full of strength and valor, he will seem like a lion among 1,00,000 elephants. He will be wealthy, virtuous, pure, loved by the learned, and the embodiment of success for yogis, wise men and tapasvis. His fame will spread in the Trilokis. He will have the capacity to grant wishes. Then the Devi handed the child to Raja Priyavrat. She accepted his puja, granted him a great boon and left for her abode. The king was filled with happiness and returned to his palace with his ministers. He told everyone about the wonderful miracle. All were overjoyed. Then the king began preparations for the worship of the Devi. He performed the puja and gave much wealth to the Brahmins. Since then, on the 6th day of the bright fortnight of every month, celebrations began to be held in honor of Bhagavati Shashti. Also, puja began to be offered whenever a child was born, on the 6th day after that, and again during Annaprasna, when the child first takes solid food. O pious one, now I will tell you the procedures for meditation, puja and stotras to Bhagavati Devsena. Listen with full attention. This is described in the Kautam Shaka. I have the privilege of hearing it from the mouth of Dharmdev himself. First, one should prepare the kalash, install the shalgram, and make an image, putlika, on the trunk of a banyan tree or a wall, and then perform the puja to Shuddha Swarupini Bhagavati Devsena. The meditation should be: this Devi who grants beautiful children, auspiciousness and mercy is the mother of the universe. Her complexion is fair like a white champa flower, and she is decorated with jewels and ornaments. I worship this embodiment of purity and holiness, Bhagavati Devsena. Then offer Pushpanjali and take the Mool Mantra. Offer water for washing the feet, for rinsing the mouth, for sipping, perfumes, flowers, lamps, and various Naivedya and fruits. After this, one must chant the mantra Om Hreem Shashti Devyai Swaha. After that, with peaceful attention, one must sing stutis and then bow down and offer pranam to the Devi. This stotra, which grants fruits, is written in the Samaveda. Brahmaji has said that the person who chants the 8-syllable mantra 1,00,000 times definitely gets blessed with a child. Munivar, now listen to the stotra which grants all desires and which is concealed in the Vedas. Pranams to Devi, pranams to Mahadevi, obeisance to Shant Swarupini Bhagavati Siddha, obeisance again and again to Shubha, Devsena and Bhagavati Shashti, Varada, Putrada, Danada, Sukada and Mokshaprada and Bhagavati Shashti. I worship thee again and again. I offer namaskar to Siddha Swarupini Bhagavati Shashti. O Devi, who gives meaning to the names Maya, Siddha, Yogini, Sara, Sharada and Paradevi, I offer obeisance again and again. To that Devi who is the ruler of children, who grants auspiciousness and who grants fruits of good actions, I offer namaskars again and again. I offer obeisance again and again to that Devi who gives easy darshan to her devotees, who acknowledges and accepts pujas, and who is the beloved of Swami Kartikeya. I offer namaskar to that Devi who is always worshipped by human beings, who is ready to protect the devas, and who is the embodiment of purity and truth. O Bhagavati Shashti, who is devoid of violence and anger, I offer obeisance again and again. Sureshwari, please grant me wealth, a good wife and beautiful children. O Maheshwari, please grant me honor, victory over my enemies and success. I worship the Devi who grants wealth and glory. O most worshipped one, please give land, give subjects, give pure knowledge, give auspiciousness and give victory. I offer pranams again and again to Devi Shashti. After performing pujas and singing stotras, Maharaj Priyavrat was blessed with a son. Brahman, one who sings or listens to this stotra for 1 year, gets blessed with a child who will live long. He who performs puja to the Devi for 1 year gets rid of all his sins. Women who have no children, who give birth to dead children, or who give birth to only one child can receive the benevolence of the Devi. By the grace of Bhagavati Devsena, they become virtuous, learned, glorious, and have a long life. If a child gets sick, the parents should chant these stotras for 1 month. By the mercy and benevolence of Bhagavati Shashti, the child gets healthy again. Chapter 9, Episodes 47-48. Story of Bhagavati Mangal Chandi and Manasa Devi. Bhagwan Narayan says, Brahmaputra Narad, I have told you the story of Shashti Devi. Now listen to the story of Bhagavati Mangal Chandi and also the puja procedure. I heard this from Dharmdev. The Devi who grants glory, majesty and auspiciousness is known as Devi Mangal Chandi. She is even worshipped by Bhumi Putra Mangal, and for this reason also she is Mangal Chandi. In the clan of Manu, there was a king called Mangal. Prithvi, consisting of 7 dweeps, islands, was in his domain, and he worshipped her as the presiding deity of his kingdom. She is a form of Mool Prakriti Bhagavati Jagadishwari Durga. She has assumed the form of benevolence and compassion and is very dear to women. This great form of the Devi was first worshipped by Bhagwan Shankar. Brahman, this story took place during the great destruction of a Daitya called Tripur. Bhagwan Shankar was in a state of distress. The Daitya had pushed and dropped down the conveyance of Lord Shankar. Then Brahma and Vishnu advised and instigated him, and he began to worship Bhagavati Durga, who was verily Devi Mangal Chandi. Only her appearance was different. The Devi was pleased and appeared before Bhagwan Shankar and said, Prabhu, you should not fear. The Lord of all, Bhagwan Sri Hari himself will assume the form of Rishabh. O rider of Rishabh, I will assume the form of Yuddha Shakti, energy of victory, and fight beside you. Then, with the combined energies of yourself, Sri Hari and me, you will be able to vanquish the Daitya and kill him. Munivar, after this the Devi removed herself from his sight, and immediately the Lord Shankar got filled with the energy of the Devi. Using the weapon given by Sri Hari, Bhagwan Shankar overpowered the Daitya and killed him. Then all the Devatas and Maharishis began to sing stutis to Bhagwan Shankar. Flowers rained down on Bhagwan Shankar, and Brahma and Sri Hari blessed him. Then Bhagwan Shankar took a ritual bath and began to offer puja to Bhagavati Mangal Chandi. He offered water for washing the feet, for rinsing the mouth, water for sipping, rich clothes, flowers, chandan, different kinds of naivedya, sacrifice, ornaments, shringar items, bow and arrow, ground pulses, honey, ambrosia, and variety of fruits. He also arranged bhajans, dancing, music, and chanting of names. Then, uttering the mantra prescribed in the Shukla Yajurveda, he meditated on Bhagavati Mangal Chandi. Narad, While offering the precious ingredients of puja, Bhagwan Shankar uttered the following Mool mantra: Om Hrim Shrim Klim Sarva Pujaye Devi Mangal Chandike Hun Hun Fad Swaha. This mantra of 21 syllables is as effective in granting prayers as Kalpavriksha. This mantra becomes efficacious after repeating it 10 lakh times. Brahman, now listen to the meditation procedure which is contained in the Vedas. The eternally youthful Bhagavati Mangal Chandika always appears to be a 16-year-old girl. She is pure and beautiful, and her lips are as red as the bimba fruit. Her face is as fresh as the lotus which blooms in autumn. Her complexion is fair like the champa flower. Her eyes are like the Krishna Kamal. This Devi is always eager to fulfill all wishes and requirements for nourishment and sustenance. For all who are floundering in the dark seas of samsara, she is a shining beacon. I worship her forever and ever. Muni, this is the Dhyan procedure. Now listen to the Stavan. Mahadevji said, Jagannatha Bhagavati Mangal Chandike, you demolish all adversities and obstacles, and you are always ready to grant joy and auspiciousness. Please protect me, protect me. O generous and benevolent Devi, you are called Mangal Daika, Shubha, Mangal Laksha, Mangala, Mangalahara and Sarva Mangal Mangala. Devi, it is your nature to grant auspiciousness to simple and holy devotees. You are safe haven for all. Mangal Graha, planet Mars, has made you his ruler and performed puja to you on Mangalvar, Tuesday. King Mangal of the Manu clan worships you. O Mangala Adhishtatri Devi, you are auspiciousness for the auspicious. All the auspiciousness of the world is at your command. You give to all auspiciousness equal to moksha. O Devi, you who are worshipped on Mangalvar always grant the joy of auspiciousness. You are the support of all the auspiciousness of the world and the source. Using this stotra, Bhagwan Shankar worshipped Devi Mangal Chandika. He had performed the puja on Mangalvar, Tuesday. In this way, Devi Mangal Chandika was first worshipped by Bhagwan Shankar. The second person to worship her was Mangal Graha, the third was Raja Mangal, and the fourth time she was worshipped by ladies on a Tuesday. The fifth time she was worshipped by many who desired auspiciousness. Then gradually she was worshipped in all the worlds of Devatas, Munis, Manu and human beings. He who sings this stotra or listens to it with pure attention gets blessed with auspiciousness. Bad luck and inauspiciousness do not come in his vicinity. He gets blessed with good children and grandchildren and sees auspiciousness in everything. Bhagwan Narayan says, Narad, I have completed the stories of Devi Shashti and Devi Mangal Chandika. Now I will tell you the story of Manasa Devi, which I heard from Dharmadev. Having been born out of the Manas, mind, of Kashyapji, she got the name Manasa. This Devi, who dwells in the Atma, performed tapasya with attention on Parabrahma Bhagwan Shri Krishna for 3 yugas. Seeing her garments in a time-worn and raked condition, Param Prabhu Parmeshwar Gopipati Sri Krishna gave her the name Jarat Karu. He also fulfilled all her desires. He accepted her puja and himself offered puja to her. After being worshipped in heaven, she went to Brahmalok and from there to Bhumandal, earth, and Patal, nether world. On earth, she began to be worshipped as Gauri and was called as Jagat Gauri. As she imbibed teachings from Bhagwan Shiva, she is also called Shaivi. She continuously worships Bhagwan Vishnu and is called Vaishnavi. During the Yajna of Raja Janmejai, it was she who arranged protection of the Nagas, serpents, and for this she is called Nageshwari and Nagbhagini. And because she destroyed the effects of venom, she is called Vishhari. From Bhagwan Shankar, she got Yoga Siddhis and is called Siddha Yogini. As she got supreme knowledge and yoga from Bhagwan Shankar, she is called Mrit Sanjeevani and Mahagyani Yuta. This great Tapaswini Devi is the mother of Munivar Astik and is also called Astik Mata. Munivar Jaratkaru was a Mahatma and a great yogi. The world worshipped him. He married Manasa Devi and she came to be known as Jaratkaru Priya. She is worshipped in this world by these 12 names: Jaratkaru, Jagat Gauri, Manasa, Siddha Yogini, Vaishnavi, Nagbhagini, Shaivi, Nageshwari, Jaratkaru Priya, Astik Mata Vishhari, Mahagyani Yuta. The person who chants these names during pujas and his descendants conquer their fear of snakes. If one finds snakes in the sleeping quarters, if a house is full of snakes, or if any area becomes dangerous because of poisonous snakes, one has to take these 12 holy names and he will get rid of the fear of snakes. This is the absolute truth. The one who regularly sings these names causes serpents to fear him and run away. If these 12 sacred names are chanted 10 lakh times, it becomes Siddha, effective. The one who achieves this Siddhi can consume venom without being poisoned, can wear serpents as ornaments, and can also ride serpents. He also gets the great and auspicious blessing of being in the company of Bhagwan Vishnu day and night. Munivar, now I will tell you the puja procedure for puja to Devi Manasi and the dhyan as given in the Samaveda. Listen carefully. Bhagawati Manasa is as fair and white as the champa flower. Her form is decorated with jewelled ornaments. She is dressed in divine garments and wears a serpent as her sacred thread. She is endowed with Nirmal Vidya and is the foremost scholar. She is the ruler of those who have acquired Siddhas. I worship this Siddha Swarupini, Bhagawati Manasa. After meditating thus, one must utter the Mool Mantra and perform the puja. Many varieties of Naivedya, precious oils and pastes for anointing, rare perfumes and fragrant flowers should be used as offerings. While the offerings are being made, the Mool Mantra should be read. If this mantra of 12 syllables becomes Siddha, it grants all desires like the Kalpa Vriksha. The Mool Mantra is Om Hreem Shreem Kleem Aim Manasa Devyai Swaha. This mantra becomes Siddha after repeating it with pure attention 5 lakh times. The person who achieves this Siddha can drink venom like nectar. He can be compared to Dhanvantari, the divine physician. Brahman, on this auspicious day of Sankranti, the person who takes a ritual bath respectfully invites Bhagavati Manasa with Avahan and performs puja to her, and on Panchami day meditates upon her and offers sacrifice. He most definitely receives wealth, children, and honor. Mahabhag, I have completed the meditation and puja procedures. Now I will tell you an incident exactly as I heard it from Dharmdev. It happened in ancient times. All beings on earth were besieged by snakes. Everyone went to Munivar Kashyap for protection. Kashyap was also terrified, but with the assistance of Brahmaji, he used mantras. Brahmaji was his instructor, and the seed mantras were as per the Vedas. In addition to this, Brahmaji produced from his mind a beautiful Devi and made her the presiding deity of this mantra. Her name was Manasa because she was born from the mind of Brahma during tapasya. As a maiden, she left for the dham of Bhagwan Shankar. After reaching Kailash, she reverently sang stutis to Bhagwan Chandrasekhar. She continued for 1000 years. Only then was Bhagwan Ashutosh pleased. Muni, Bhagwan Shankar was so pleased that he instructed her in the highest Nirmal Vidya. He taught her the Samaveda and also the wish-fulfilling Kalpavriksha Roop, Ashtakshar mantra of Bhagwan Shri Krishna, the 8-syllable mantra. The mantra is like this: Lakshmi Bij, Maya Bij and Kam Bij are used in the beginning, then the holy name Krishna with the nasal sound Ange and ending with Namaha. Om Shreem Hreem Kleem Krishnangya Namaha. Muni Kumari Manasa also received from Bhagwan Shankar the Trilokya Mangal Kavach, the process of puja, procedure for Vedic Purascharan, performing a sacrifice or repeating the name of a deity with fixed attention, and the priceless mantra. She then prayed and got permission to go to Pushkar Kshetra and perform tapasya. She went to the sacred Pushkar, and for 3 yugas she meditated and did tapasya with attention on Parabrahma Bhagwan Shri Krishna. She acquired Siddhi. Bhagwan Shri Krishna manifested and gave her a darshan. The most benevolent Lord turned his glance on the young maiden. Then he made others offer puja to her, and he himself also worshipped her. Then he granted this boon: Devi, accept pujas that offered to you on earth. Then Bhagwan Shri Krishna removed himself from her sight. In this way, Manasa Devi was first worshipped by Bhagwan Shri Krishna. Later, she was worshipped by Shankar, Kashyap, the Devatas, Munis, Manu, Nagas, and human beings. Then Kashyapji arranged her marriage to Muni Jaratkaru, who was a great yogi. After his marriage, he started tapasya. One day in the holy land of Pushkar, under a banyan tree, he rested his head on the lap of Devi Jaratkaru and fell asleep. He was still asleep when the sun began to set. Devi Manasa was virtuous as well as a faithful wife. She realized that for a Dvija, twice-born realized soul, the evening prayers and rituals were very important. If she allowed him to keep on sleeping, his failure to perform Sandhya would render him unholy and a sinner. Reasoning thus, she woke her husband from his deep sleep. Muni, when Muni Jaratkaru awoke, he was filled with anger. The Muni said, Sadhvi, I was sleeping peacefully. Why did you disturb my sleep? A wife who maltreats her husband loses all the punyas that she may have earned by doing tapasya, fasting, and works of charity. She will never enjoy the fruits. If a woman does puja to her husband, it is equal to worshipping Bhagwan Shri Krishna. To a virtuous and faithful wife, it is Bhagwan Shri Hari who presides as the husband. All acts of charity, yagyas, visiting holy places, fasting, tapasya, renunciation, truth, and Dev Pujan cannot compare to even 1/16th part of honoring and worshipping a husband. The woman who is fortunate to be living in Bharatvarsh and worshipping her husband goes with her husband to Vaikunt and gets a place at the lotus feet of Bhagwan Shri Hari. Sadhvi, the woman who is born in a low clan and disrespects and dishonors her husband and speaks rudely and insultingly to him, goes to a hell called Kumbhipak and stays as long as the sun and moon exist. After that, she gets a rebirth in the house of a Chandal and is deprived of the happiness of a good husband and sons. After saying these things, the Muni became silent. The chaste and virtuous Devi Manasa began to tremble with fear. She spoke to her husband. Manasa Devi said, O fortunate one who observes the highest moral life, fearing that you would miss your evening worship, I woke you. That is my mistake. Then she fell at his feet and began to weep. The Muni was preparing to pronounce a curse on Surya Deva. Seeing this, Surya Deva came there with his wife and pleaded. Bhagwan Surya said, O Muni, you are a most powerful Brahmin. This virtuous lady woke you only to ensure that you did not miss your evening puja. I have come here to tell you that you should not curse me. The heart of a Brahmin should be as soft as butter. If a Brahmin desires, he can even create the world. That is the power he has. Muni Jaratkaru was pleased. Surya Deva took his blessings and returned to his abode. In order to fulfill his desire, the Muni Jaratkaru renounced his wife. She was grief-stricken. She put her attention on her Gurudev Shankar Bhagwan, the deity of her choice Brahmadeva, Sri Hari, and her father Kashyap ji. In an instant, Bhagwan Sri Krishna, Shankar Bhagwan, Brahma, and Kashyap Muni arrived on the scene. The Almighty, attributeless Lord Sri Krishna, was the deity worshipped by Muni Jaratkaru. Beholding him, the Muni offered obeisance and bowed in adoration again and again and sang stutis praising the Lord. Then Muni Jaratkaru offered obeisance to Bhagwan Shankar, Brahma, and Kashyap Muni. He humbly inquired, O great and auspicious gods, what has caused you to come to my humble abode? Sri Brahma, after offering obeisance to the lotus feet of Bhagwan Sri Krishna, said, Muni, this wife of yours, Manasi, is a saintly and pious lady. If you are thinking of abandoning her, you must first give her the status of motherhood so that she can fulfill her dharma. Once a woman begets a son, she can be renounced. The man who renounces his beloved wife, even before she conceives and gives birth to a child, loses all his punyas faster than water flowing through a sieve. Narad, after hearing these words of Sri Brahma, Munivar Jaratkaru chanted a mantra and awakened his yogic powers. Then he put his hand on the nabi of his wife Manasi and said, Manase, from this womb you will beget a son. That son will be a foremost among men who have conquered their senses, dharmic, replete with Nirmal Vidya, lustrous, tapasvi, successful, victorious, virtuous, foremost among scholars of Vedas, yogas and sciences, a Vishnu Bhakt and the pride of his clan. When such a child is born, the ancestors dance with joy. The wife who observes dharmas, who speaks kindly, and who is modest and amiable, she is beloved. The wife who is deeply religious, who begets many sons, and who preserves the lineage, is called the protector of the clan. The one who generates devotion to Bhagwan Sri Hari and who is always eager to give happiness, that is a true friend. If this friend is the one who demonstrates and guides you towards Bhagwan Sri Hari, he can also be called as father. True motherhood lies in imparting Nirmal Vidya to the child while cutting the umbilical cord and teaching detachment. The one who is compassionate is the one who removes the fear of Yamraj. The Guru who can confer the mantra of Bhagwan Sri Hari is the one who himself is steeped in the bhakti of Bhagwan Sri Hari. The Guru of meditation is the one who makes you worthy of putting your attention on the lotus feet of Bhagwan Sri Krishna. At the time of dissolution, the whole creation including Brahma gets destroyed and then there is the grand recreation and rebirth. The essence of the Vedas and Yagyas is that Bhagwan Sri Hari is to be worshipped. This is the principle of all principles. Outside of this, all else is a mockery and falsehood. I have imparted all this knowledge to you because that is the duty of a husband. The one who gives knowledge and frees you of all bondages is the ideal husband, while the one who puts you into attachment is actually your enemy. The Guru who denies the knowledge of worship of Bhagwan Sri Hari is called Shishya Ghati, or the one who has betrayed his disciple because he could not teach his disciple detachment. If one cannot free someone from the anguish and distress of attachment and bondage, how can such a person be called a Guru, a mother, or a friend? The ancient and eternal path to Bhagwan Sri Hari is full of bliss and joy. If one cannot guide you to that path, he is no friend or relation. Therefore, O Sadhvi, take to the path of devotion and worship of the primordial being. It will dissolve all karmas. O beloved, forgive me for renouncing you. Virtuous women are compassionate and forgiving. Being stationed on Sattva Guna, they have no anger. O Devi, I am going to the sacred Pushkar to perform tapasya. You also may leave. As a person who has renounced everything and is totally detached, my only desire is to become completely absorbed in the meditation of the lotus feet of Bhagwan Sri Krishna. Hearing these words of Muni Jaratkaru, Devi Manasi was overcome with sadness. Her eyes filled with tears. With gentleness and decorum, she addressed her most beloved husband. She said, Prabhu, I disturbed your sleep, but it is not a mistake for which you should renounce me. Therefore, it is my prayer that whenever and wherever I remember you, you will give me your darshan. For a virtuous wife, a husband is more important than 1,000 sons. A husband is dearer than life, and that is how wise people have named the husband as beloved. Just as the attention of parents are on children, Vaishnavs on Srihari, one-eyed persons on ice, thirsty persons on water, hungry persons on food, learned persons on scriptures, and the trader's attention is always on money, so also a faithful wife's attention is always on her husband. Saying this, she fell at the feet of her husband. Munivar Jaratkaru was an ocean of compassion. Overcome by kindness, he embraced her. A flood of tears flowed out of his eyes and drenched her. She did not move, fearing the impending separation. Then some inner enlightenment freed them from the pangs of separation. Then Muni Jaratkaru convinced Manasi and left for his tapasya on the lotus feet of Paramatma Bhagwan Shri Krishna. Manasi also left for Kailash, where she went to the temple of her Guru Bhagwan Shri Shankar. She was distraught with grief. Shri Parvati consoled her. Bhagwan Shankar also blessed her with pure knowledge. It was a Tuesday. All the celestial bodies were in auspicious formation. Manasi gave birth to a child who was a partial incarnation of Bhagwan Narayan and who would be the guru of yogis and scholars. Whilst still in the womb, he had received pure knowledge from Bhagwan Shankar. This qualified him to become the guru of yogis and sages. Bhagwan Shankar performed the naming ceremony and other auspicious functions. The boy was most fortunate to be instructed in the Vedas by Bhagwan Sri Shiva himself. Precious gems and crowns were distributed to Brahmins. Sri Parvati also distributed lakhs of cows and precious gems to Brahmins. Bhagwan Shiva himself taught him the 4 Vedas and other branches of knowledge. In addition, Mrityunjay also gave him the highest knowledge, and this awakened in the boy a deep respect for his guru. Since the child was born in the absence of a father, his name was Astik. Munivar Jaratkaru took permission from Sri Shiva and left for Pushkar to do tapasya on the lotus feet of Bhagwan Vishnu. That great tapasvi obtained the Maha Mantra from Paramatma Shri Krishna and continued to do tapasya for many ages. Then, with the intention of offering obeisance to Bhagwan Shankar, the Muni proceeded to holy Kailash. After paying obeisance, he remained there for some time. It happened that the boy Astik was also in that area. The most gentle and noble Devi Manasi had come with her son to the ashram of her father, Muni Kashyap. Seeing his daughter with a son, the Muni's happiness knew no bounds. He celebrated by distributing precious gems to all the Brahmins. For the well-being of his grandson, he offered food to the Brahmins. Even Diti, Aditi, and his other wives were very pleased to see Manasi. She continued to live in her father's ashram for a long time. I am now going to tell you this story. Listen carefully. Thereafter, Raja Parikshit, son of Abhimanyu, was cursed by a Brahmin. By the workings of fate, he committed an action that caused the Brahmin to pronounce a curse on him. The curse was that on the 7th day, the king would be bitten by the serpent Takshak. It happened that on the 7th day, Takshak bit him and he died. He left his earthly body and went to Parlok. Janmejay performed the last rites for his father. Muni, after this, Maharaj Janmejay started a great Sarpasatra, serpent sacrifice, and snakes in large numbers were killed. a terrified Takshak ran to Indra for protection. The entire Brahmin community was preparing to kill Takshak. Indra took the Devas and went to Devi Manasi. They worshipped her and sang stutis. In answer to their prayer, Munivar Astik was instructed by his mother to attend the yajna of Raja Janmejay. He prayed to the king to spare the lives of Indra and Takshak. The Brahmins agreed, and the king, who was most compassionate, vowed to stop the killings. The closing ceremony of the yajna was performed. The Brahmins were given many gifts. After that, the Brahmins, the Devas, and the Munis went to Devi Manasi and worshipped her with pujas and stutis. Indra gathered auspicious ingredients and offered puja to Devi Manasi. He performed Shodashopachar or 16 methods of worship: Avahan, Asan, Ardhya, Padya, Achaman, Madhupark, Snan, Vastrabharan, Yagyopavit, Gandh, Pushp, Deep, Naivedya, Tambul, Parikrama and Vandana. After thus worshipping the Devi, they took permission from Sri Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva, and all the Devas and Brahmins left for their abodes. Muni, I have completed all the episodes of this story. Now what would you like to know? Naradji said, Prabhu, please tell me what stotras were used by Indra to please Devi Manasi. Also tell me the sequence of the puja performed by him. Bhagwan Narayan says, Narad, Devraj Indra took the ceremonial bath, rinsed his mouth as purification, and wore 2 new clothes. He humbly invited Devi Manasi and offered her a jewelled singhasan to sit on. Then, with great bhakti, he brought the water of the holy Ganga in golden vessels and performed abhishek of the Devi. Then he offered 2 divine silk garments for her to wear. He applied fragrant sandal paste on her divine limbs and offered water for sipping and washing her lotus feet. Then he worshipped the 6 gods, Sri Ganesha, Surya, Agni, Vishnu, Shiva and Gauri before worshipping Devi Manasi. Then, uttering the 10-syllabled mantra, Om Hrim Shrim Manasa Devyai Swaha, he made all the sacred puja offerings to her. By the support of Sri Vishnu, Indra was able to sustain his attention and bhakti throughout the puja. He also ordered many kinds of instrumental music. Flowers were showered upon Devi Manasi. Then he got permission from Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva, and with tears of joy and bhakti, he sang stutis to Devi Manasi. Indra said, Devi, you are foremost among virtuous and faithful wives, and the most excellent Devi. I desire to sing your praises, but this requires prowess of great magnitude which I do not possess. O Devi Prakriti, a fitting description of your stotras and your divine qualities are given in the Vedas. I am least equipped or worthy to sing your praises. You are the embodiment of pure truth. You are beyond anger and revenge. Munivar Jaradkaru did not succeed in renouncing you even though he sought your help. You are as sacred to me as Mother Aditi. You have the compassion of a sister and the forgiving nature of a mother. Sureshwari, by your grace, you have protected me and my wife and sons. May my affection and gratitude overflow. Jagadambike, You are the eternal Devi. Even though you are being worshipped every moment in every part of the universe, still I beg permission to worship you. Sureshwari, if a man worships you during the Sankranti of the month of Ashad, a planet's passage from one sign of the zodiac to another, that is, fourth month of the year when the sun enters Gemini, called Naga Panchami, then he is blessed with many sons, grandsons, and wealth. This is the absolute truth. He also becomes successful, victorious, a learned scholar, and a virtuous person. The ignorant and wretched man who denies himself the privilege of performing your puja and instead cons and slanders, in his vicinity Lakshmi does not wait, and he lives in constant fear of snakes. You are verily Sarva Lakshmi, the embodiment of all aspects of Lakshmi. In Vaikunth, you are called Kamalalaya, goddess of wealth. This Muni Jaradkaru is a partial incarnation of Bhagwan Narayan himself. Out of the power of his tapasya and his lustre, your father created you. You were created for our protection, and that is how you got the name Manasa Devi. Devi, it is your own Shakti that you got yogic powers. Please permit us to worship you. The Devas continuously perform pujas to you, and wise and learnt men have identified you as Devi Manasa. You are personification of truth. You are easily obtainable by tapasya and single-minded devotion. Muni, after wholeheartedly singing her praises and worshipping Devi Manasi, Indra left for his bhavan, which was elaborately decorated. Devi Manasi, together with her son, lived in the ashram of her father, Muni Kashyapji, for many years. The entire fraternity worshipped her and honored her. Brahman, then from Golok came the sacred cow Surabhi and bathed Manasi Devi in her sacred milk. While performing this puja, she also disclosed the most precious and secret knowledge. After being worshipped thus by Surabhi and the Devatas, Devi Manasi left for Swargalok. This stotra is called Punya Bij, the seed for auspiciousness. The person who, with great devotion, reads this stotra and worships Devi Manasi, he and his tribe have nothing to fear from snakes. When this mantra becomes Siddh, effective, even poison turns into nectar. This stotra becomes effective and powerful when it is repeated 5 lakh times with total attention and devotion. Then, such a person can lie on a snake or ride on a snake without any danger to his life. Chapter 9, Episode 49, Story of the Primordial Cow Surabhi Devi. Naradji asked, Brahman, who was that Surabhi Devi who came from Golok? I desire to know how she came into being. Bhagwan Narayan says, Narad, Devi Surabhi first manifested in Golok. She is the primordial cow, the presiding deity of cows, the mother of all cows, the protectress of cows, and the foremost of all cows. Muni, of all cows, she was the first to be born in Vrindavan. I will tell you the story. Listen carefully. It happened once that Radhapati, the great sportsman Sri Krishna, and Sri Radha, surrounded by their gopis and gopas, went to Vrindavan. Sri Krishna feigned thirst for milk and stopped in a lonely part of Vrindavan. Then, from his left side, he created the cow Surabhi together with a beautiful calf. The name of the calf was Manorath. The cow's udders were heavy with milk. Immediately Sudama, friend of Sri Krishna, got a new pot and drew milk from the cow. That milk was a nectar which neutralizes birth and death. Sri Krishna drank the milk. Then the pot fell from his hand and broke. The milk spilled onto the earth. Immediately it formed a lake 1600 miles long and 1600 miles wide. It is this lake which is known as Kshir Sarovar in Golok. It has become a place of recreation for Sri Radha and the gopis and gopas. The banks of the lake are studded with precious stones. By his desire, Sri Krishna created countless Kamadhenu cows in that place. As many cows were created, that same number of gopas came out of the pores of Surabhi. Those cows had calves, and a countless number of cows came into being. In this way, the entire cow population came out of Surabhi Devi. Muni, at that time, Sri Krishna did puja to Devi Surabhi. After that, she was worshipped in Triloki, the three worlds. At the command of Sri Krishna, Devi Surabhi was worshipped on the day after Deepavali. I heard this from my own father Dharm. O fortunate one, listen. I will tell you the meditation, stotra, mool mantra and sequence of puja performance to Devi Surabhi. Om Surabhye Namaha. This is the 6-syllabled mantra of Devi Surabhi. The chanting of this mantra 1,00,000 times makes it efficacious and it works like a kalpataru, wish-fulfilling tree. The meditation and puja procedures are described in the Yajurveda. To the one who is the bestower of Vriddhi, wealth and prosperity, Vriddhi, enhancement, Mukti, liberation, and who fulfills all desires, the one who is verily Lakshmi Swarupa, the female companion of Sri Radha, the presiding deity of all cows, who grants the prayers of her bhaktas and who causes the world to become purified, to that Bhagavati Surabhi I offer obeisance. I worship the Kalash, the forehead of the cow, the pillar for tying the cow, the Shalgram image, water and fire. This puja is done on the day after Deepavali. He who performs this puja is blessed. It happened once during the boar incarnation, Devi Surabhi stopped giving milk. There was absence of milk in the 3 lokas. In desperation, the gods went to Brahmalok and began to sing stutis to Devi Surabhi. Even Indra took the permission of Brahmadeva and started singing stutis to Devi Surabhi. Indra said, I offer namaskars to the Devi, obeisance to Mahadevi Surabhi again and again. Jagadambike, you are the primordial cause of cows. Obeisance to you. Namaskar to the one who is dear to Sri Radha. Obeisance to Devi Padma Ansha, partial incarnation of Sri Lakshmi. Namaskar to Sri Krishna Priya. Obeisance to the creator of cows. Namaskar to that Devi Surabhi who is always eager to provide milk, wealth and wisdom to the universe. Obeisance to the Devi who is also decorated by the names Shubha, Subhadra and Goprada. Obeisance to the Devi who grants success, fame and dharmas. These praises and stutis so pleased Jagat Janani Bhagavati Surabhi that she immediately manifested in Brahmalok. That eternal Devi granted a rare boon to Devraj Indra and left for Golok. The Devatas also returned to their abodes. Narad, after that there was a flood of milk on earth. Out of the milk came ghee, and this ghee was offered in yagyas, and the Devas received satisfaction from the offerings. The person who faithfully and devotedly sings the holiest of stotras gets blessed with possession of cows, wealth, fame, and begets many children. As fruits, he gets opportunities in all yagyas. Such a person finally enters and spends a long time in his service. He does not have to re-enter this earth. He becomes the son of Brahmaji and lives in Brahmalok forever. Chapter 9, Episode 50. Description of mantras, meditation, puja procedures and songs of praise to Bhagavati Sri Radha and Sri Durga. Naradji said, Prabhu, I desire to know that which is most secret in the Shrutis which teaches the different forms of worship to please Bhagavati Sri Radha and Sri Durga. Munishwar, you have beautifully described both these Devis. Is there anyone who can hear these descriptions and not be overcome with awe and delight? Please tell me the procedures for worshipping these Devis from whom the universes have manifested, who preside and rule over the world, and who grant all desires of their devotees. Bhagwan Narayan says, Narad, listen. I am going to tell you the secrets which are contained in the Vedas. They should not be repeated in the presence of unworthy persons who are not seeking spiritual ascent. This is too precious to be wasted. When Mool Prakriti Swarupini, material cause of the universe, Bhagawati Bhuvaneshwari manifested for creation, she came as two Shaktis. Sri Radha, who governs and presides over the life of Sri Krishna, and Sri Durga, who presides over his buddhi, brain. It is these two Devis who fix up the rules and control them, and who create impulses and instigations. The Virat and all the manifested creation are under their control and direction. Therefore, it is of utmost importance to please these Devis at all times. Narad, first I will tell you the mantra of Sri Radha. Listen with full attention and bhakti. This mantra has been honored by Brahma, Vishnu and all the gods. A distinct inflection should be added to Sri Radha plus Yai equal to Sri Radha Yai Swaha. This magnificent mantra of Bhagavati Sri Radha enlightens Dharm and Earth. And in front of this, if one uses the Bij mantra Hrim, then it becomes the priceless mantra Sri Radha Vancha Chintamani mantra. Hrim Shri Radhayai Swaha. Even those possessing countless heads and tongues have not succeeded in describing the importance and magnitude of this most sacred mantra. The first person to utter this mantra was Bhagwan Shri Krishna. At that time, Bhagwan Shri Krishna was in Golok and Ras had begun. Then Mool Prakriti Shri Radha Devi initiated Bhagwan Shri Krishna into the chanting of this mantra. Shri Krishna gave this to Shri Vishnu to Virat Brahma, Brahma to Dharmdev, and Dharmdev gave it to me. That is how traditionally it is passed on. I continuously utter this mantra, and for this reason I am honored by the rishis. Brahma and all the gods eternally worship Bhagavati Radha, because if they do not, they are not authorized to worship Shri Krishna. For this reason, it is imperative for all Vishnu Bhakts to worship Bhagavati Shri Radha. She presided over the pran, life of Shri Krishna, and therefore he is governed by her. She is the goddess of Ras. If she withdraws, he cannot exist. As she is the Ra, energy, plus Dha, which sustains, she is called Radha. I am the presiding sage for all mantras to Shri Radha. The meter is Gayatri and the presiding deity is Shri Radha. The main seed is Tara Bij and Shakti Bij. Muni, after this, one should meditate on Raseshwari Bhagavati Shri Radha in the ancient way prescribed in the Samaveda. The complexion of Bhagavati Shri Radha is like the white champa flower, and her face is more beautiful than the full moon of the month of Ashwin. Her luster is brighter than countless moons. Her eyes are like a lotus petal. Her lips are as red as the ripe bimba fruit. Her waist and hips are ornamented with fine gold chains. Her teeth are more delicate than jasmine buds. She is robed in fine, divine silk garments. Her face is wreathed in radiant smiles. She is eternally youthful, like a 12-year-old maiden. She is the ocean of love. She is always concerned about her bhaktas and eager to grant prayers. Her hair is entwined with garlands of mallika and malati, fragrant varieties of jasmine, which give her an ethereal beauty. All her limbs are beautiful in shape and form. She presides over the Ras dance and grants safe harbour and protection to all. She is eternally young, and as the goddess of the gopis, she sits on a bejewelled throne. This Parameshwari Devi is the ruler of the life force of Bhagwan Shri Krishna, and this description of her is contained in the Vedas. After meditating on Bhagavati Radha in this way, you must arrange a shalgram image, install a kalash, and draw the mystical 8-arm diagram, yantra, and humbly invite Shri Radha and obtain her permission to perform puja. The procedure is as follows. First, the Avahanam, then offer her a seat and a footstool while chanting the Mool mantra. Then offer Padhya, pure water, for her lotus feet. Then, precious and valuable ingredients should be placed on the forehead. The sacred water for rinsing the mouth should be offered, and 3 times water should be offered for sipping. After this, the Madhupak, mixture of ghee, honey, curds, sugar and kesar, and a milch cow should be offered to Shri Radha. Then perform Abhishek, apply oil and fragrant paste and wash it away. Rub with soft cloth and then offer costly clothes fit for a goddess. Then decorate and adorn the beautiful goddess with priceless ornaments and divine perfumes. Offer fragrant and beautiful flowers and garlands and sandalwood garland. Significant flowers like parijat and lotus and tulsi in final surrender is to be offered. After this, one must offer adoration, archana, to the relations and attendants of Parmeshwari Sri Radha. In the middle of the east, southeast and northwest quarter, the maidens of that region must be honored. Then the 8th branched yantra must be brought forward and worshipped. Malavati in the front, Madhavi on the southeast, Ratnamala in the south, Sushila in the southwest, Sashikala in the west, Parijata on the northwest, Paravati in the north, and in the northeast, the beautiful Priyakarini. The wise and knowledgeable man will worship the Devi in all her aspects in all these directions. Within the platform, just around the yantra, preside Brahma and all the Devatas. On the earth, in front of the yantra, the Dikpals, guardian deities of all the quarters, should also be worshipped along with spear and other weapons. This is how the puja has to be performed to Bhagavati Radha. This is a protection. This is a protection for the Devis and Devatas already mentioned. Then one must offer perfume and other precious fragrant substances and chant the 1000 names of the Devi. This continuous chanting of her 1000 names so pleases the Devi that the person doing the puja becomes worthy of living forever in Golok. The one who celebrates the birthday of Sri Radha with great devotion gets blessed with proximity to Devi Radha. Bhagavati Sri Radha, whose permanent abode is Golok, visited Vrindavan for some reason. Here, it is imperative that her holy names should be chanted correctly and in the proper sequence. It is known as Purascharan with fixed attention. A 10th part of this mantra should be chanted for Havan, which should be performed with milk, honey, ghee, other tasty offerings, and sesame seeds. Naradji said, Muni, now please tell me in detail those stotras which will please Bhagavati Sri Radha. Bhagwan Narayan started. O Bhagavati Parameshwari, you preside over the Ras Mandali. Namaskar, Raseshwari, you are dearer to Bhagwan Shri Krishna than life itself. I offer you pranam and namaskar. Karunarnave, you are the ocean of compassion. You are the giver of birth to Triloki. Namaskar to you. Kindly be pleased with me. Brahma, Vishnu and all the gods worship your Charan Kamal, lotus feet. Jagadambe, you rule the universe as Saraswati, Savitri, Shankari, Ganga, Padmavati, Shashti and Mangal Chandika. I offer obeisance to you again and again. O Tulasi Rupe, obeisance to you. Lakshmi Swarupini, namaskar to you. Bhagavati Durge, obeisance to you again and again. Sarva Rupini, obeisance to you again and again. Janani, obeisance to you again and again. You are Mool Prakriti Swarupa and ocean of compassion, and we worship you. Please rescue us from this worldly ocean of illusion. The one who sings this stotra with deep devotion, morning, noon, and evening, gets the blessing that nothing is unattainable for him. When he leaves this earthly body, he gets a place in the most holy Golok. This is a most secret knowledge and should not be divulged to unworthy persons. O Brahmin, now hear the procedure for performing puja to the most divine Bhagavati Sri Durga. Even hearing this frightens away all calamities and adversities. There is no single being alive who does not worship Bhagavati Durga because she is the creator and mother of all, the preserver and the destroyer, a most amazing and fantastic combination. Bhagavati Durga is the deity who controls the brain, buddhi, and exists within all beings as the life force, Antaryami Roop. She can deliver you from the most dreadful and formidable dangers, and for this reason she is Durga. She is worshipped eternally by the followers of Sri Shiva and Sri Vishnu. It is by the energy of this Mool Prakriti Sri Durga Devi that the functions of creation, preservation and destruction take place. Now I will describe the most auspicious Navakshar 9-syllable mantra. Saraswati Bij Aim, Bhuvaneshwari Bij Hreem and Kam Bij Kleem. In front of these the primordial sound Om and at the end Chamundaye Viche should be added and chanted thus. Om Aim Hreem Kleem Chamundaye Viche. For those who uttered this with total surrender and devotion, it works like a wish-fulfilling tree. This mantra is said to verily be Brahma, Vishnu and Rudra. They are the presiding sages. The meter is Gayatri, Ushnik and Trishtuv, a Vedic measurement where a line contains 11 letters. The presiding deities are Mahakali, Mahalakshmi and Mahasaraswati. The seed is Raktadantika, Durga and Brahmari. The Shaktis are Nanda, Shakambari and Bhima. This mantra is chanted to obtain dharma, wealth, desire and moksha. Aim, Hreem and Kleem are the 3 bija mantras. Chamundai of 4 letters and Viche has 2. These are the divisions. Using the coefficients Namaha, Swaha, Vashat, Hum, Vaushat and Fat, and with abandonment so that the mantra permeates the shika, top knot, both eyes, both ears, nostrils, mouth, anus and other parts, one has to chant with deepest worship and devotion. The procedure for meditation. Meditation on Mahakali. I worship the Devi Bhagawati Mahakali, whose beauty is enhanced by Trinetra, 3 eyes. She bears in her hands khak, sword, chakra, gada, mace, ban, arrow, dhanush, bow, parig, spear, shul, trident, bhushundi, an ancient weapon of war, mastak, a head, and shank, conch. She is fully adorned with rich jewels and ornaments, and her luster is like a blue sapphire. Also, she has 10 faces and 10 feet. Kamalasan, one who sits on a lotus, Sri Brahmaji, had appealed to this Devi to destroy Madhu and Kaitab. This is the meditation on Kam Bij Swarupini Bhagawati Mahakali. Meditation on Mahalakshmi. I worship Mahishasura Mardhini Bhagawati Mahalakshmi, who bears in her hands a rosary, Akshmala, Farsa, axe, gada, mace, ban, arrow, Vajra, thunderbolt, Padma, lotus, Dhanush, bow, Kundika, pot, Shakti, sword, Khadga, sword, Dhal, shield, Ghanta, bell, Madhupatra, pot of honey, Trishul, trident, Pash, nose, and Sudarshan Chakra, whose complexion is Arun, color of dawn, and who is seated on a red lotus. I sing bhajans to that Devi Mardini Mahalakshmi. Meditation on Mahasaraswati. I worship Bhagawati Mahasaraswati, who bears in her hands bell, shul, trident, hull, plough, shank, conch, musal, taproot, chakra, dhanush, bow, and ban, arrow, whose complexion is as white as a kund, jasmine, who killed Shumb and other Daityas, who is the embodiment of Vani Beej and Satchitanand. I worship you again and again. O learned and wise one, I will now describe the yantra, mystical diagram. Listen carefully. It should have 6 corners formed out of 2 triangles. It should be surrounded by a lotus of 8 petals and again by 24 petals. It should be made on the earth. One should meditate on this yantra, on the shalgram, kalash, image of the Devi, worship Surya, and then start the puja with full attention and devotion to the Devi. Offer flowers to the seat which is occupied by Jaya, Vijaya, and other Shaktis. Then offer puja to Brahma and Saraswati seated in the east of the yantra. Shri Hari and Lakshmi seated in the southwestern quarter, and Shri Shambhu and Parvati seated in the northwest quarter. It is customary to offer puja to the lion in the north and Mahishasura Mardini on the opposite side. Then one after the other, the gods in the 6 corners are to be worshipped. Nandija, Raktadanta, Shakambari, Shiva, Durga, Bhima, and Brahmari. In the 8 petals, Brahmi, Maheshwari, Kaumari, Vaishnavi, Varahi, Narsimhi, Aindri, and Chamunda are to be worshipped with flowers. After this, in the 24 outer petals, puja has to be offered to, starting from the eastern side, Vishtumaya, Chetana, Buddhi, Nidra, Shuddha, Shanti, Jati, Lajja, Shanti, Shraddha, Kirti, Tushti, Pushti, Mata, and Bhranti. Wise men also offer worship to the deities in the 4 corners of the ground: Ganesha, Kshetrapal, Vatuk, and Yogini. Outside this, one must worship Indra holding his thunderbolt and all the devas with their weapons. This is the universal procedure for worshipping the Devi. In order to please the Devi, all precious, rare, and beautiful articles should be used in her worship. Then, keeping in mind the significance and magnitude of the mantra, one should reverently utter the Navaran mantra. After this, one should read with devotion and awe the Saptashati Stotra, 700 verses in praise of the Almighty Mother, which greatly pleases the Devi. There is no other stotra in the whole of the Trilokas to compare with Saptashati Stotra. It is advisable for humankind to recite this stotra every day to please Sri Durga. Then they become the abode of Dharm, Arth, Kam, and Moksha. O sage, I have just completed the most sacred description of puja procedure to Bhagavati Sri Durga. Even listening to this gives one complete blessings and satisfaction. All the gods, Bhagwan Sri Hari, Brahma, the principal Munis and Manus, yogis in their ashrams, and Sri Lakshmi and all the Devis meditate upon Bhagavati Sri Durga. It gives complete fulfillment to life. The 14 Manus meditated upon the lotus feet of Sri Durga and attained the status of Manu. It is by her grace that the gods reign in their respective kingdoms. Muni, this entire narration is most secret. In this, the 5 aspects of Devi Prakriti and other manifestations have been described. The man who listens to this most sacred narration acquires 4 kinds of Purusharth, objects of a man's creation and existence: energy, industry, strength, and vigor. There is no doubt in this. It is the truth, the absolute truth. This has the power to grant children to the childless and pure knowledge to one who seeks. In fact, all wishes are granted to those who listen to this narration during the Navratras. It is the surest way to please Jagaddatri Bhagavati Jagdamba. The devotee who daily recites even one verse of Saptashati Stotra attracts the favor of the Devi, because this Saptashati Stotra is the best way to please the Devi. End of chapter 9.
The Holy Recital of Srimad Devi Bhagavath. Jai Shri Mataji.